Ugh. Fuck me. Oh, shit. Fuck me. This shit ain't working. Fucking hell. For fuck? Why'd you not work? Useless piece of shit. Whatever. So this fucker works. I can see you can't. I just can't. Why you do this? Stupid. Fucking stupid. It fucking worked yesterday. I don't know. I'm getting triggered. Turn that shit off. Turn that on. Close that. I might as well show my face. Fuck. Ugh. Christ. How's it going, guys? Fucking hell. Just trying to get my fucking tablet to work on this account. God, I fucking hate drawing streams. Maybe it did work. Let's have a look. Oh, maybe? No, I don't think so. Or maybe. Oh yeah, yeah, alright. That's working. Fuck me. Alright. Have to sort my shortcuts again. Control Z. Oh no, that's still. Oh, the shortcuts are saved. Interesting. Alright. Close that. Don't need that. Oh, and Twitch is working as well. Maybe. No, it's not really working. Just a very slowly updating. Useless piece of shit. Is it my OBS that's fucked? Maybe because I never update it. It keeps prompting me to update my OBS. Like literally every stream, it says, "Do you want to update your OBS?" I just say no every time because it's working. Why would I update and risk it fucking breaking if it's not fucking working? So yeah, fuck that. But yeah, maybe I should update it. Fuck. Wow. Whatever. Mic sound quality is kind of garbo. Fuck me. All right. Okay. Now let's have a listen. It's not fucking working. That sounds normal to me. But then it could just be that my fucking mic quality is always dog shit. I've got the Blue Yeti, which I heard was like the cheapest, decent one for value. I've used it for like since I started, so I don't know. Thought about getting a new one, but fuck that. Screw that shit. Does compressor do anything? What the fuck is compressor again? I've got all this shit turned off because I worry it's gonna fuck me up. Let's just turn it on, see what happens. Might fuck me worse, but let's have a look. Alright, so now I'm cutting off slightly at the end of my sentence. Something like that. Yeah, is that? This is why I don't turn fucking filters. Probably noise gate? Noise filters? Maybe? I think it's noise gate. Let's turn off suppression as well. Fuck that. If I make sounds, you're just gonna have to live with it. Do I usually like breathe heavy into the mic? I don't actually know. Because I think that's what the gate is supposed to like fuck me with. Is like it cuts that shit out, but whatever. Compressor and limiter don't seem to be harming me at all. Let's turn a gain one on. Make the gain higher. I'm gonna be loud, so watch out. And then I'm gonna turn it down, so watch out. Okay. I had a thing before where I could have the mic like relatively far away, and it's like it still works. The reason I'm pausing between sentences is because I'm hearing myself fucking talk back to me. I think that sounds right. Like I'm relatively far away from the mic now. Yeah, well, whatever. We're gonna leave it like that. Yeah, all right. How's it going, guys? How have you been? How's life? I've been sick, but I feel like it's the same sick as I was before, but it's like just keeps fucking come back. Yeah, I've got to mute myself. I'm fucking triggering myself. Yeah. So I think I've got some like fucked immune system thing going on. I've got to see a doctor because whenever I get sick, like I get sick once, and then it's like a reoccurring thing. Like it lasts like a week, then it comes back like 2 weeks later, then it lasts another couple of weeks. And it's going like back and forth for like 3 months. Oh, not maybe not 2 months. And it's fucking I don't know. It fucking triggers the fuck out of me. Because I hate being sick. It's such a fucking pain. It like I discovered the miracle drug known as ibuprofen or whatever the fuck, and the Nurofen has like a super version of that that basically kills all my cold symptoms. It like just destroys it. But you're not supposed to take it like more than 3 days at a time. So if I'm sick for more than 3 days at a time, I'm in trouble. Uh, but if I'm sick for less than 3 days at a time, I'm actually I'm alright. Because that it's amazing. I used to try those easy cold and flu tablets. Apparently they're all fucking bullshit. It's just got like vitamins and like zinc and shit like that, which I mean it's not bad for you, but it doesn't do fuck all for the cold symptoms. It's fucking useless. What a waste of like 10 years of medicine taking and fucking cash on fucking nothing. What a waste of time that was. But this fucking Nurofen ibuprofen bullshit, whatever they put in there, like they put ibuprofen and one other thing, Hexa something. I don't know what it's called. They put that shit in there and it like, kills my fucking cold symptoms. I'm feeling like good as fucking new. Like unless I'm like vomiting or I've got like a fever or some shit, which I almost never have. Like sometimes I get a fever, but I can live with the fever as long as I'm not fucking sneezing. I just don't like fucking sneezing. Like getting like fucking snot everywhere, fucking hacking up shit. The sore throat when like you're swallowing, not like the coughing sore throat, like when you're trying to swallow some shit, it just like stings a little bit going down. I can't stand that. And that medicine, it fucking destroys it. It's amazing. Good time to discover it since I'm getting sick more often, actually. But yeah, I've got to see a doctor about this whole reoccurring sick thing. It's starting to get on my nerves. I don't know if I've got like some sort of immune deficient disease or something. Maybe I'm not taking enough vitamins, or maybe I just got to get the flu shot. Oh, I should just get the fucking flu shot. I don't know if it's. I don't. The problem is I don't know what exactly it is. I don't know if it's corona. I don't know if it's. Maybe I should just get all the shots. Just get just get the fucking all the fucking vaccines. Uh, Maybe I will actually. Now that I think about it, actually, yeah. Remind me of that later. I'm gonna have to. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get a just get a bunch of fucking shots. Just just get a fucking get a bunch of fucking vaccines. I think that'll set me right. Yeah, maybe it was after COVID. It's like COVID made me weaker because uh I feel like this started like my reoccurring sickness started around the time I first got COVID because I got COVID real bad. Like when the COVID thing first happened, like I was still in uni at the time. Would have been around the time I started Superhuman actually, maybe a little bit before. I don't know. Around that time, I got the super fucking COVID. I was like, I could barely stand. I was like fucking in bed all the fucking day. I was wearing like gloves and shit around the house and masks and shit because I was living with my parents at the time, or my mother and my sister. Uh, it was the I don't think I've ever been sick that bad. Not for a cold. Like I've been vomiting sick, which is probably worse. But I almost never get the vomiting sickness. Was it gastro or whatever? I feel like I haven't got that since I was like a little kid. Like I can't even remember the last time I vomited. It'd have to be longer than 10 years, maybe 15 years ago. Yeah, I don't really get that. But yeah, like for like a sneezing type sickness, Corona was it fucking killed me. I had the mask. I was delirious. I was like seeing shit. Could barely sleep. I was having fucking nightmares because whenever I'm badly sick, I have nightmares for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah, that shit fucked me up. COVID fucked me up real bad. I assume it's COVID. I didn't actually go check because when this happened, COVID was it was a thing, but it wasn't like super widely known. Like we weren't all masked up at that time. It wasn't like we weren't in the full lockdown kind of thing. It was like kind of like on the edge when it was first coming out because I took the train to fucking uni. Uh, and when you go on the train, there's fucking cunts everywhere. Uh, but yeah, I was proper fucked up. So maybe that like fucked my overall immune system like permanently. I don't know. That's pretty sad actually. Fuck me. Damn. I got the vaccine eventually, but took a while for that shit to come out. I was already long better by that point, and probably immune because I already had it pretty fucking bad. Uh, but yeah, maybe it fucked me permanently. God damn. Shit. I don't know. I don't know. Or it could just be me getting older, getting fucking weaker. I feel like I'm in better shape than I was back then though. But I don't know. Yeah, whatever. I'm just gonna get some fucking flu shots and whatever they got. Fuck, I put too much Milo on this shit. Hang on. There's some extra fucking milk in here. Yeah. So that's a good idea. I should do that because this sick shit is killing me. I mean, I'm on my 4th day of Nurofen, which I shouldn't be. You're only supposed to do it 3 days in a row, otherwise it starts fucking your liver or something, or kidneys. I don't know, something. It's not good. You're not supposed to do it. So yeah. Do I want to talk about anything else? Oh yeah. The reason I didn't stream yesterday. Actually, should I talk about it? I had a friend, we'll say, come over, and she wanted to watch Obsession because it's, well, actually, I don't know if I want to talk about it. But alright, we'll just say what a crazy fucking movie that was. I didn't stream basically because I had someone I don't see too often come over. But what a crazy fucking movie Obsession was. Like, I usually don't get scared by movies. Like, it's, I don't know, like horror movies and stuff. You know, Saw, It, Exorcist, whatever the fuck you want to say. I don't watch too many, maybe that's why. But yeah, I don't usually get too scared by horror movies, but that shit freaked me the fuck out. Like, holy fucking shit! Like, fuck me. That's actually turned. it's kind of shit that like turns me off from relationships. Like, I don't want I don't want to sleep next to someone. That shit's fucking crazy. Like, what? I didn't want to go to bed. Unironically, like after seeing that shit, I didn't want to go to sleep. Because what if I fucking wake up in the middle of the night and there's some crazy bitch in the corner looking at me? Like, holy fuck! What a crazy fucking movie that was. That was, god damn. I don't even know if I'd say it's a good movie. Like, actually, well, it did its fucking job. It fucking scared the shit out of me. But oh my god, yeah, that, I don't know who that actress is, but she's doing some good work. Like, I don't know if maybe horror's the only thing she can do, but she can do horror really fucking well. That shit was fucking crazy. That was, I heard it made a fuck ton of money. That's why I wanted to see it actually. But I was just too lazy to go around. But yeah, fuck me. Like, cause yeah, well, I'm not gonna talk too much about that. But yeah, Jesus Christ. Like, fuck, I shouldn't have watched it. I shouldn't have fucking watched it. Jesus. Release game? Fuck you. All Pain No Games. Uh, Fallout Silver Comic. Welcome. Good to see you, Woodall Dragon. How's it going? Ah, yeah, wait, what do you mean, damn it? You got the first, didn't you? Where the fuck's my YouTube chat? There it is. Yes, good to see you. Post on Discord. Oh. Wait, post what on Discord? I thought I already posted. I should post on Twitter, actually. I haven't posted on Twitter in a while. Because we're supposedly doing a fucking, like, drawing streams are relatively rare. So. So we'll do. Oh, I've got 2,000 followers on Twitter. I didn't even know. Good stuff. Good work, guys. Follow the Twitter. Alright. Copy that. I never fucking post there, so there's not much point, but you know. Just for my fucking ego. You know? What picture shall I put with it? Right, where did I put that Ella one? It must be here. L. Hope I'm not showing my screen because a bunch of titties just flashed up. Uh, yeah. Right, that's good enough. Alice is talking me help. True. She's watching you. Drawing stream? Yeah. Well, kind of. Well, yeah, well, let's just say yeah. Let's just say yeah. IFG, don't know what that means. Cancel the update? True. That's a good idea. Good morning. Morning, podcast. Also, greeting to the weird man of the world. True. Hey, Woodward, how's it going? Yeah, it's going all right. I'm watching you back. So, Woodward, how was your last week for you? Yeah, it's all right. Other than the sickness, it was fine. Stop with the useless chat spam. When is the release date? Fuck you. Can't. Fucking pay for the patron. We live just to suffer. So who's gonna ping Weirdwood and tell him that the stream is on? Wait, is that you, Tremere? Are you back? Or were you fucking posting from the battlefield? Or are you someone else? Maybe someone else. I don't know. I'm hunting you for your balls. Also, Weirdwood, Hero Killer got an anime announcement by the French. The French. No preview yet, but you finally be able to watch the best female MC, Hero Killer. Never heard of it. Sounds cool. She's just as stupid as ours. I don't know who you're talking about. Yo, I just woke up. What's up, Weirdwood? Tom Tom. How's it going? He's wearing a jacket. True. Screen has been on for 6 minutes. Nothing has even happened on the screen. Still getting an ad. Good. Fuck you. Subscriber Prime. Oh, thanks, Stinks. Appreciate you. 2 months. God damn. I don't actually know. I don't know what the Twitch currency is worth. So I don't know how to tailor my excitement. But no, I appreciate you. Where I live, a jacket would kill someone. Damn. How's it going, With? Yeah, it's alright. Too busy dying from venomous animals to die from hate. True. Oh shit! I actually made it to the stream on time. Oh yeah, good stuff. I had to delay it a bit, so maybe that's why. How many seals do we think Widward could take before losing? Seals? What you mean, like eat it, like the animal? So the big 1.0 happening soon? Yeah, sure, like a couple of days. Is this guy purposefully ignoring the chat? No, I just sometimes I just fucking ramble. Why are you fucking on my fucking case, All Pain? Shut up. If it takes that long to cook, I'm down. Every time someone asks, the update gets postponed by a day. I'm a mouth breather, so I always breathe heavy into things. True. You don't give us free breathing ASMR? That's a shame. That's a shame. Dude staring straight into the abyss lol. True. Sounds fun to me. He's alive. Let's go. First drawing stream I attend. Oh, okay. He got the MC fit on. True. Woodward hates drawing streams. I fucking love them. I don't hate doing them. I hate fucking setting them up. Because when I change from... I've got 2 accounts on my computer. A streaming account and a fucking drawing account. Maybe I should get like a whole separate PC for that shit. But then I'd have to change over the fucking wires so my tablet goes onto that. But yeah, I hate setting it up because it's a pain in the fucking ass. The tablet that I use doesn't work on both accounts. Well, it does, but you usually have to finagle it. So it's a pain in the fucking ass. Also, Clip Studio kind of fucks up because there's 2 directories for each account. And if you have Clip Studio on one account, it kind of wants to go into like the wrong directory. So I lose a lot of my materials and shit. It's just a pain in the fucking ass. That's all. Actually doing them's pretty fun. Like, as far as streams go. 2 years in the stream, still need 20 minutes to set up a microphone. True. Give us a release date so I can go to bed. Fuck you. It never gets easier. It's on Patreon. True. Pay money. Give me money. You'd stop getting sick if you dropped an 8-hour-long update focused on FemMC. Trust. True. True. Oh shit, he's talking to the voices now. True. Now imagine if the 1.0 would just swap MC for female MC. You know, I was actually thinking about doing something like that. Like, seriously considering making a female MC option. But it's too much work. Like, I could do it for the sprite. Like, make it for whenever we're using the MC sprite, it's a chick. But for like the, you know, the custom CG stuff. Yeah, it's too much work. Too much work. Vaccines are Israeli propaganda. Sure, pal. Sure, pal. Sup, weird? How's it going? I'm sick as a dog and being run ragged at work. Damn. Damn. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of sick. Kind of sick. But very loosely. The pills usually do the job. But, yeah. I'm doing alright. Doing alright. What do you do for work again? I always forget. The update is propaganda, true. Bill Gates will put red meat allergy into your veins. Bill Gates. That's the Microsoft guy. Huh. Redeem no cursing. 1500. You pain in my behind. Seek medical help, please. Yeah. I feel like a flu shot will do the job. Weird, you're always sick, true. You had to quarantine yourself and stuff. Kind of. Like, back then, COVID, like I said, it was pretty, like, not all that, widespread. It was out there. It's just, it wasn't, like, super, none of the lockdowns had happened yet. But, yeah, I didn't want to get my family sick, so I was just, like, wearing gloves and a mask and trying not to infect them, you know? Gastrointestinal inflammations? No idea, mate. I had that like 2 months ago and it almost killed me. Damn. See your stream? Yeah. I didn't stream because a girl came over to my house. Understandable. Take as many leaves as you need. Yeah. Something like that. Obsession was great. Yeah. It was pretty cool. It was pretty cool. I like the little bit of mystery to it, like in how like that guy on the phone. I like a little bit of like unknown to it, which I appreciate. I appreciate that. So those nightmares is where you took inspiration for the superhuman universe? Not really. I feel like my nightmares aren't usually like supernatural, and they're very like vague and like they're more just negative feelings than like specific events happening. Like I'm kind of delirious when it's happening. Like I remember one time when I was a kid, I was like I was super sick and like I was looking at my shelf with like various like statues and trophies and shit, and it felt like it was getting like further and further away, and it wasn't really, but obviously, but yeah, it's just it wasn't really a nightmare because I was kind of awake, but I was like in a kind of like delirious kind of state, and that's the kind of stuff that happens, like stuff like that, just weird stuff like that, just starts it really gets on my nerves. I vomit occasionally. You like when I well, no, I'm not going to talk about it. I vomit occasionally, but it's usually for some kind of food. I can't remember the last time, even for like food poisoning. I never vomit. I only get diarrhea. I don't usually vomit. I haven't vomited in a long time. Okay, now I want to watch it. Yeah. Well, posture check and hydrate. Well, I'm gonna hydrate with my Milo. But you know. Game release info. Widward will release all over your face if you keep asking about it. True. Real shit. Also true. Widward, I know you're busy with the update now, but when you have time, you should play Deltarune on stream. It's kind of a sequel to Undertale. Sounds interesting. Is it family friendly? I don't know. I agree he should play Deltarune, seeing how he enjoyed Undertale. Maybe. Will the MC die to put Nyx's marks to use? Lol, probably not. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, he's had plenty of dead ends, and the mark has never really done anything for him, has it? So, you know, it could be that he's like the mark has been like just blasted off his body at this point. I feel like he's been cut up quite a bit. So maybe it's just been like blasted off him, and then I could just write it off. So maybe. Yeah, Tremere's been back for a while now. Damn, I didn't know that. How long is a while? A couple of weeks, maybe, because I haven't streamed in a couple of weeks. But yeah, welcome back, Trem. Glad you're still alive. Good stuff. Are you calling him gay? Who says I'm not? You don't know. Chad ignores the Twitch chat to yap about the flu and eating directly into the mic. True. It's kind of difficult to hear you. Is it? Fuck me. Right, we'll put it closer. Just block all spams, no smarts. True. I'm calling you gay for spamming the update question. Too much Milo. A man of culture knows the perfect ratio. Yeah, sometimes I just chuck shit in, you know. We're all getting laid nice. Don't assume anything about what I'm doing. I mean, you know, it could be, but it could also very, very easily not be that. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the NTR route just hasn't been updated in a while, right? Being like new scenes. I don't know. When was the last time I added NTR? I feel like it would have been for Liz. Well, obviously for Liz, but in the Monster World where she fucks Daryl. I feel like that's the last time I did it. Yeah, I don't know. The way I add scenes is basically if I just see a scene where I feel like it fits, then I just add it. That's all there is to it. There's nothing more special about it than that. There is NTR stuff early game for Liz, but there is no route for it. I'm not even sure there are relationship routes. Kind of. Depends what you mean. Woodward, since Deus is a shady ass guy, I wanted to ask if he had any alternate motivations to take Helena on the date. I don't know. She, true. Netflix and chill, no less. I don't know about that. It's not out on Netflix. I checked. Woodward, since that, maybe. True. Trem's got it. He knows. He knows. Yeah, Obsession is freaky movie. It was freaky as fuck. Did this friend eat chunks of your leg and shoulder like Alice did to TMC? Oh yeah, that was pretty weird, wasn't it? Yeah, I feel like that wasn't really horror though. I mean, maybe some people consider it horror. I remember the scene was a little bit controversial back when I first released it. Like I was going to add an option to make it like a choice of accept or don't accept or something like that. I can't remember. I wrote it down in my notes. But yeah, I think that's a little bit different. A little bit different. Oh fuck me. Ugh. Sure. How much chill was there? Who is bro talking to? I don't know. Who am I talking to? You're gonna have to be more specific. We were just throwing her into the wall for being in your room at night. Like, I don't know. After watching that movie, I don't know if I'm ever gonna feel comfortable letting another person sleep next to me. Like, that's probably the scariest part. Like, the stuff to the end was kind of like it was pretty fucked up. Like, the brick. I don't know if I should talk spoilers. It's still pretty fresh. But yeah. Yeah, the stuff at the end was pretty fucked up, and she started getting like progressively, weirder. But I feel like that sleeping scene at the start was the scariest part of the whole movie. That shit freaked me out. Like, I suppose it kind of like happened again later in the movie, and that part was put me on edge as well. The guy in the movie is retarded. He's like straight up retarded. Like yeah, I would have been out like the first night that happened. I would have been gone. Like I would have reported her to the police. I would have. I'd be gone. Like borderline. I would have killed her. I might have just killed her, like, and just gone to jail. Like, I don't know. Like, I get that it's his fault, and if I was in his shoes, that would therefore make it my fault. But I'd probably just kill her. I don't know, man. Like, at a certain point, it's just, yeah, nah. That's crazy. That guy's he's just a full on retard. He's nuts. I suppose he like actually he cared about it because they were friends for a while and stuff like that. So fair enough, fair enough. But still, you got to put it in like a psychiatric ward or some stuff, some shit like that. Like you got to like kind of manipulate her a little bit. Like say, yeah, we're going on a date or something, and then you just throw her into a fucking psycho ward. I feel like she might be able to lock her, like lie her way out of it, but you gotta do something. You gotta record her or some shit. You gotta like set up your phone and then like just go full ham. Like when she's like shitting on the floor, at that point, I feel like you can get her into whatever kind of like facility you need to get her in. you can do that. And then like just move across the country. Like just be gone. Like because I don't know. I feel like there's sleeping next to that person. Like I feel like there's like a 50% chance at least that she like bites your neck out in your sleep, like and you die, like just straight up. Like he doesn't even know like the rules of the magic. Like he's just guessing. Like I'd be gone. I'd be full gone. After she pegged him like Amber always wanted to. Is that a thing? I can't remember if there's pegging in my game. I don't think there is. Amber pegging scene when? True. Maybe soon. I don't know. Did you say this was the last stream before the update? Excited. The cliffhanger to all the action's been killing me. Hope the dev has been well enough. Yeah, the dev's been well enough, I'd say. But yes, this is the last stream. I'll be taking a break from streaming until the update comes out, whenever that is. 6 months from now. I just realized Ella is doing the eye derp thing in that scene behind the Twitch chat. True. Remember when I first found this game, I spent like 3 months straight just playing through the game over and over because I loved the lore and world building. Oh, thanks, mate. I appreciate you. Raving Mad. It's a cool name as well. Power has weak and strong nuclear forces. Ether has gravity. Light has control of electromagnetism. Would combining these traits give power over the fundamental forces? Is it a good combination? Yes, potentially a good combination. But not necessarily as good as pure. Maybe as good, but not necessarily. No, dude, it's not about the quietness. Your mic is shittier. Not gonna lie. Yeah, could do. I don't know. I'm not gonna fix it because I don't know how. So sorry, mate. I think Alice monsterifying was controversial to begin with. Lol. That's true. Maybe I got the biting scene mixed up with the overall controversy. Maybe it was less of a deal than I thought. I don't know. I can't remember. I have bad memory. Well, sometimes. I don't understand why people like NTR. I don't know. It's just like any other fetish. Why do some people like fucking scat or bestiality or incest? It's just like, is NTR more like controversial than incest? I'd say no. Incest is significantly worse. But then incest is rife through the adult gaming community. It's basically the whole fucking genre. So to answer your question, just because. I can think of a few reasons. The corruption aspect, self-inserting, feeling humiliated, the general roller coaster of emotions, and so on. That's probably a big part of it. True. Why have I got this here? Yeah. Not denying that. Does the MC eating people have any other benefits for him other than gaining a little corruption? Not really. But that might change in 1.0. He grows big and strong. True. Do apostles need to be present to create a split spawn? Or is it just a matter of compatibility? Who knows? Hey, Woodward, how a power 50% creation and 50% destruction would look like? Why would you ask that? Yeah, I'm not. Maybe you'll see one day. We'll leave it like that. Well, maybe you'll see. I was blissfully unemployed at the time. Good times. Now I'm full-time college student. Damn. Going to college. Well, good luck. What are you studying? Anything interesting? Or just like business or something? Alright, zip it up when you're done, buddy. Are you talking to me? I'm back, lol. Spent the year on guard duty and nothing ever happened. Thank fuck. Good to hear, Trim. So does that mean you're like you're clear? Like there's no going back. You're done forever. That'd be nice. Like good to have you back. Or Paint is doing a Rage Bait Weird World speedrun. It can be done, but what is this head thing? 1.0 is a few days sound. In a few days, it sounds good. And we all know Weird World has never ever lied to us. True. So obviously he's telling the truth. True. About how long has RNX been accepting students? I can't remember. 30 years? I don't know if I've ever stated in game. I could just be making stuff up. I can't remember. We need more FemMC content? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Cool jacket? I've wore it for a few streams now. Also, during my time playing through the game, I found that the game really doesn't like it if you skip cheerleader route, and it causes a lot of errors. Really? I've never tried. I'll have to look through that. It could have something to do with the FemMC naming thing. It could be something like that. But we'll have to have a look at it. If it's too much work to switch to FemMC in the early game, just add an option to switch her later on. I don't know what you mean. If you mean like switch permanently, that's not happening because, like I said, it's too much work. It would make for some weird and amusing dialogues as well. Maybe. I was doing construction, but I'm back in the service industry again like a chump. Interesting. Why isn't construction better? I heard service is like super stressful, but I imagine construction is probably hard on your body. Redeem no cursing. We'll do 30 seconds of that or a minute. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. Woodward, has Indra not gone after? Why has Indra not gone after a Glakewiff if he cares so much about heresy? Look at this. I don't know why you'd ask that question as if I'd ever answer it, but it could be for a billion different reasons. Like maybe he can't find her. Maybe he doesn't consider what she's doing heretical. Or maybe he can't defeat her. Who knows? Could be a billion fucking reasons. Wait, I already broke my no cursing thing. Damn. And he put 3 points on it too. 3 sets. Goddamn. We'll try a little bit longer. This reminds me how you would 50-50 between creation and authority would look. Between creation and authority. That's interesting. Like, I like how people ask me this as if I've even considered it before, but which I haven't. How would creation and authority look? I don't know. Probably you'd be creating like puppets or something like that. Like I don't know what a good example would be. It wouldn't be like clone jutsu. It'd be just like I feel like I've seen something like it in media. But yeah, but you can imagine it like. Well, actually, I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it. But yeah, something like that. Does Danu not have a passive barrier like Alice? If she did, I imagine the MC wouldn't be able to damage her so easily. No, Danu in her variation of the species uh, did not develop the barrier aspect like Eos and Alice did. Alice is, offshoot of Eos. But yeah. So Danu and Eos, even though they're somewhat similar in that they got their power from the same area, but they both took like slightly different directions in how it manifested. So Danu was better at like a fine-tuned control of like other objects, aka making a golem. And Eos is better with like the outright barrier. I think I mentioned a little bit about this. I know, I'll go check and let you know. Do Lamba have more power than Bernie did at level 1? Maybe. Maybe. Weird World, finally I get to catch a stream. I hope you're doing well. I have a few random questions I thought of before the current update. A random one is, how would current coal handle the sun's temperature? I don't know. I don't like to give numbers or like to fully establish exactly how powerful like a level 4 superhuman is. I like to leave it somewhat vague so people can fill in the picture by themselves. Uh, to give a vague answer, it wouldn't be a great time. It wouldn't be a great time. We'll say that. But will he die from it? Who knows? Nyx's mark wasn't to revive him. It was just so he could see her tits in the immaterial. True. True. We'll pay no games to redeem posture check. I'm already postured up, mate. I'm already postured up. Back fully up against the chair. The bonfire. What is the bonfire? We will all happily go the rest of your career as a game dev with no more NTR scenes. Well, you're going to be unhappy then? I don't know what what the opposite of what you said would be. NTR will happen as whenever I see an opportunity for it to happen. I don't have any specific plans or anything like that, but much like genderbender, much like tentacle sex, much like any other sex in the game, it all just happens when I feel like there's an appropriate spot for it, where I feel like, yeah, that would fit there, then I'll just chuck it in there. That's how I write all my sex scenes. It's a rare thing where I plan out a specific sex scene. Like usually that's saved for like kind of like romance stuff, and probably if it weren't for the marketing aspect, that'd probably be how I do it mostly. I'd probably mostly just leave sex only to like kind of romance roots and deep connection kind of hippie gay stuff like that. Uh, but yeah. For regular sex of any other kind, they'll just go wherever I feel like it just fits in nicely. Nice little slot, assuming the character is also suited to it. I had like 10 years of my childhood plagued by nightmares of snakes. Damn. Yeah, exclusively snakes. Once I was so excited because the mother in my nightmare was beheaded, corpse, not a snake, chasing me. But then when I tried to run away, a snake was waiting for me at the exit lane. Damn. That's a. I guess do you have like a phobia of snakes? Is that what it is? I've never really had a snake thing. Which isn't to say I'd be happy if I found one in my house, but that's that's just how it goes sometimes. Was little you scared of the snake in your pants? That's a little bit weird to ask. Weird World. Do you plan to release on Steam eventually? Eventually. It's been so long since I've been able to catch a stream. Oh, welcome in, Carson. I appreciate you. Getting weird to not curse is like trying to stop a waterfall with your hands. True. Obsession is a crazy movie to watch on a date. Who's heard anything about a date? Horror game dev gets spooked from a horror movie. I don't know if I'd say I'm a horror game dev. There's maybe like a few horror elements that I sometimes use, but I don't know about. I don't know about that. But as for getting spooked by a horror movie, yeah, it's quite unusual. I don't usually get too scared. Like a jump scare will get me to jump. Don't get me wrong, but to actually like be frightened of a movie, that's some weird shit. It's got to be some unique stuff, and that's what Obsession was. That was it was an interesting take. It could also be that I just haven't seen enough horror movies because it's not like I'm going out of my way to watch a lot of horror movies. Just whenever my friends want to go watch something, and I just show up. So it's not like I'm a horror aficionado. It could be that like most horror movies scare me, and I've just not encountered them. But I have 60 people in the live. Nice. Oh really? Damn. I don't know if it's still there. I can check. Yeah, 50. I don't know what YouTube's at. Yeah, yeah, a few people. YouTube's at 30. Not bad. I think it has more to do with being scared of women. True. Maybe it's just a deep seated fear of the female form. That she'd also disappeared off him, so it might not even work. Oh, you mean when he first got the mark? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Who knows? It could be that his regeneration removed it straight away and that he doesn't have it anymore. Who can say? I don't think he should go around testing it, Lamau. It's a good point, Eddie. You do, you do make a good point. If Daryl had been allowed to complete his Rebus transformation during the Battle of Diamonds, how strong would he have been? S-Class? Not straight away. But he could have potentially got there. And he'd be in a better place to get there if he had succeeded. As a kid, I was playing around with my bike in front of our school, and there was this little bush behind some other building, and a snake crawled out from it. We all ran it over, and it smelled like shit. Damn. Yeah, they'll just show up sometimes. They'll just show up. Me and the other kids at school, that is. Yeah, I get you. We know electricity plus MC equals explosion, but does the flow of electricity still follow the laws of physics? If the MC has made his third arm into a lightning rod and stuck to the ground, would it protect him? Probably not. And as for if it obeys the laws of physics, the electricity itself does, kind of, but the way his body responds doesn't necessarily. The idea of electricity is almost more important than the electricity itself. So even if it did pass through in what would normally be a harmless way, it wouldn't necessarily protect him. What combination of traits would be needed to make an ability similar to Green Lantern's powers? I feel like truth almost gets there on its own, but I'm not quite the same. Maybe truth and creation? Yeah, maybe something like truth and creation. I feel like there's an energy, like projection type aspect. Maybe light. I don't know. Is Green Lantern's power made of light? I feel like lantern light, kind of like makes kind of implies something, but maybe it doesn't. I don't know how his powers actually work. But yeah, maybe light, truth, creation, something like that. Rough. Now just feed her to the dingoes. I don't know who her is. Can't wait for Nyx's mark to be used, and it just never mattered in the first place because it was used for some unavoidable death just to remove it. Unavoidable death. It never mattered in the first place because it was used for some unavoidable death just to remove it. Not exactly sure what you mean, immediate pain, but maybe. Woodward, can you go into some of the details about the time moth monster? I got an OC that is infected by it and want you to take on what powers it could give. If not, chill. It could stop time. What more do you need? What more do you need of that? Maybe for your first evolution, it'd be like I don't know, like a time delay, or maybe slows time instead of stopping it, something like that. Why not? He gets more of their memories if he eats them, doesn't he? Eats who? Monsters? It depends. Widward himself defending my favorite genre, NTR. You're an NTR stan, Dante. I feel like I don't see that too often. But yeah, it's just another genre. Like, I don't know. How much do I want to talk about it? I feel like I've got some already kind of weird, weird types of sex in the game. I feel like NTR ranks among the lower mid of that weirdness scale. So that's about how it goes. That's about how it goes. So we'll just leave it at that. We'll just leave it at that. Maybe narrative wise, but not the memory stat like the Flames of Chaos. I don't know, mate. Hey, Widworld, could you add a route tree in gallery to help track the paths? Quite easy to miss a bad ending. It probably is, but I'm not going to because it's too much work. Hopefully I'm done. But if we get another mobilization, I'm fucked. Damn. Damn. So it's not like once you paid your service, you go back to the back of the line again. I was doing mandatory service, which is comparatively safe. Okay, so if they force you into it, you're not usually in the danger zones. I heard Russia pays like a ton of money for to get people to do the to join the military or whatever, work as soldiers or something. Like it's actually costing them quite a bit of money. I mean, they've got you know they've got the money to spend, but yeah, I heard they're spending quite a bit. But if it's mandatory, you know, I suppose that's a little bit more fair if they send you to the safer places. That makes sense. It's just as guard duty. That makes sense. Yeah, but I hope you're at the back of the line at least. Like, the other people have to go before you, uh, since you already did your time, a whole damn year. Dealing with people is harder on the mind and soul. Banging the MC is not heretical in draft 2026. Maybe. If I get drafted after doing mandatory service, it'll be straight to the front lines. Op. Really? They can do that? I thought. I don't know how Russia's military works. I don't know. I just heard that they're paying a lot of money. I didn't realize that was mandatory and a draft. That'd be crazy. Wait. Yeah, I don't know. So Widward, what would a mix of authority and truth? Also, could you explain the differences between the two? Because I think there's a lot of overlap, especially since we know that only Jake's limited creativity locked him into only commanding people. First off, we don't actually know that. That's inferenced by the community, and it could be correct inference. But so first off, we don't know that. What would it look like? It'd probably look a lot like what you're imagining. Commanding various things to move and function in different ways. I'm not going to clarify the differences. Well, actually, do I want to? Maybe I do want to. No, I'm not. I'm not going to clarify the differences between the two because I feel like we haven't really gotten a reveal on what truth does. Like, I think it'd be premature to clarify any of that. We've kind of seen Aishith play around with it, but we haven't really seen what it actually does. So you have to wait. Yeah, I nearly killed myself with construction. I want to still be able to walk comfortably in my 60s level. That's fair. That makes sense. That makes sense. Take care of your body. You know, work for the long term. Stuff like that. I get you. Hey, Woodward, I only just had time to pop in between work. Just heard about you not answering about a Glakewiff and Indra. That's okay. My Glakewiff is the strongest chosen. Glaze continues unabated. That's what you want to say. Maybe it's true. Who knows? Who knows? Has Indra ever made any superhumans? Maybe. Maybe. Probably. The thing is, it's not that hard to accidentally make a superhuman, especially for power. But has he actually done it? Who knows? Who knows? He's lived a long time, so probably. But maybe not. Maybe not. Hello, Weirdwall. Newish here. I got a question about Cole. Has his monster been ranked? It has not. And welcome. I appreciate you. No, it hasn't been ranked. It was. Do I want to talk about it? It was an alright monster. Squirrel in the chat. Bretus, welcome. Welcome. I'm back for that. Welcome. Will we get a little preview of a fight scene today? No, but you'll see me kind of draw one. So, I mean, maybe that's kind of like what. Maybe. I don't know. MC's body follows the law of ouch, ouch. Lightning is very hot, ouch. Kind of. Although not hot isn't really the problem, but kind of. If Daryl had been allowed to complete his restraint. Wait, I read that. Creation and light. How would time and memory look low? I don't know, probably seeing the future kind of thing. I don't know, something like that. Lantern powers are mostly willpower based, which makes me think it's truth. Could be, but you probably need a mix to get lantern. It probably wouldn't be a pure trait to get that. Another question was, can the trait of memory be thought of as having dominion over consciousness? Not really. Kind of, but not necessarily. It's more about information than specifically the mind. But it's not unrelated. It's not unrelated, but no, it's not like consciousness. It's not cognition. Authority would have about as much domain over that as memory would. They'd be like kind of like partners in that aspect. Fantasy would also be kind of related in that as well. But memory would be more about information. And other things as well. Will we get to see the Kitsune next update? I don't know about next update. But will it appear again? Yes. Pretty sure NTR stands are common, but they just don't admit it. Well, they're not really a stand then, are they? They might enjoy it, but if they don't admit it, they're not a fucking stand. Are you aware of Lord of Mystery's power system? A lot of powers in Superhuman are simpler. I've seen the first season of the anime. I'm not fully. I'll admit I don't fully understand how the powers work. I'll say that, but I think it's really cool. I think it's really cool. So, in my opinion, NTR just doesn't fit with the game. Yeah, but that's probably because you just don't like NTR. Like, I don't know. I don't know how much I want to. I feel like open relationships, or whatever that concept is it polygamy, polyamory, whatever the fuck that is? I feel like that kind of stuff would be the only way to actually explain how the MC is fucking all these girls. Like, there's literally no other logical explanation for how that happens. Well, I mean, maybe if this was like medieval times and the MC was like a fucking like Mongolian warlord, like Genghis Khan, then fair enough. But in a modern type setting, the MC having all these chicks that he's fucking, and they're not for some reason fucking other people, I feel like that strains credulity, and it doesn't really make sense. So I'd say, if anything, there's probably too little NTR in the game. It depends on what you classify as NTR, like literal cucking, where you're like sitting in the corner fucking watching. Uh, that might be rarer, but in terms of like what would actually fit for the game, I feel like the more general, like broad definition of NTR, which includes most types of fucking that's not with the MC, I feel like that's the most appropriate for the game. But I don't do it because I can't be fucked. So there you go. But yeah. So that's what that is. Feed her to the dingoes was a reference to the obsession girl. No need to deal with the lot. True, true. If I could find a pack, but yeah, I'd be out. I'd be, I'd be gone. First Apostle X Jake romance root win. Who knows? What would rank higher than NTR though? Uh, I was being intentionally vague, so I wouldn't have to make such a ranking. Let's say the Ella ear thing would be one of them. So we'll just as a short example. Snow White is returning next update. Trust. I don't know about that. Snow White will swallow all of sin and will make her tits bigger again. True. Yes. Do you want to reveal your law secrets to us? I don't know what double at means. 3 types of service, basically. Mandatory, every healthy male aged 18 to 30 has to do a year contract. You get paid a lot of money to go die in the trench somewhere. Ugh. And draft, you get told to go die in the trench somewhere. Damn. Is draft rarer? I'd hope at least draft is like a pretty rare thing that they're trying to like hold off on doing. I'm hoping that's the case for you, Trent, because that sounds terrible. Like for money, at least you're choosing to do it. And apparently it's really good money. But draft, oh yeah, that sounds tough. Damn, I hate the chat filter. It auto turned on since I haven't used my Twitch account in a while. Just how it goes. Give examples of what authority does would be cool and wouldn't necessarily explain much about authority. I don't know. I feel like it's fairly straightforward in terms of what people are imagining. I don't know if I want to get into like specific powers because it kind of like there's things I could use later on and I don't necessarily want to reveal. So I'm not going to. I'll just tell you that straight up. I'm just trying to think if there's any harmless ones that I could reveal. Uh, Possession from Langdon's perspective. That's a good one. Yeah, that there's various different types of possession, but yeah, that kind of possession would be one of different uh, authority aspects you might have control of. There hasn't been a draft since 2022. Oh, okay, all right. When was 2022? Is that when the war started? That's a while ago. Has it really been going on 4 years? Maybe it has. Although there was Crimea, but I think that was even earlier, like 2016 or something. Yeah, okay. But there are rumors that it's just around the corner. Shit. Yeah, I heard Ukraine's like they're like attacking around Crimea and like hitting a lot of Russia's fuel or whatever. So maybe they're getting pissed. Damn, I hope that's not the case, Trump. Hopefully it all gets settled soon. But yeah, goddamn. When is the update? A few months from now, maybe November. Also, hi, big guy. How you going? Good, Tayashi. How are you? Can we know who your favorite character or power is? Character, I don't know. It varies from time to time. Depends on male or female. I feel like I like Michael. I really like how Michael turned out, before he was sucked up and killed. I quite appreciate how he turned out as a character. There's a few like loose ends with that, but overall I'm pretty happy with that. In terms of power, I like the MC's power because it's fun to write. Uh, Aisheth's power is pretty cool. Varavan's power is pretty cool. Uh, yeah, Daryl's power is pretty fun because there's a lot of cool designs you can do. Yeah, it just depends on like what aspects. Like drawing aspects, Daryl's is one of the more fun to do. In terms of like writing aspects, I like Aisheth's, but it just depends. Elijah's is actually pretty cool. I actually like Elijah's power quite a bit. I'm a bit curious about your old vision for RNX. It definitely feels like there was going to be a lot more mechanics, like getting a better dorm if you perform well as deeper fraternities, sororities, orcs, and nymphs. Anything you'd care to share in that regard? I would, Cyber, if I could remember, but I'm not sure that I can. You're right. There was a lot more like that kind of idea was to like climb to the top of college before you go into a lot of the other shit. Like yeah, like becoming like the coolest kid in school, that kind of like idea. But then I feel like I kind of like branched out into other things quite early, especially after the Kenny massacre. Like there's a world in which like for the a few of you who were here when that chapter of the story actually came out, we actually did a poll, a vote on whether the MC would fight Kenny or flee and let Kenny have his way with the party. And if we had taken that route, there's a good chance that a lot of the college stuff would have been different. The MC wouldn't be like the famous hero on TV and such, and a lot of the story could have ended up quite different. And in that world, maybe I would have focused more on the college climbing aspect, even though there would still be the party massacre and all that. But yeah, yeah. But yeah, I think the idea was that kind of thing, like conquer the fraternities, the sororities, and like just work your way to the top. Can a memory spawn attack someone's power directly, like power spawn? Because I remember you saying monster energy is a mix of actual power and memory, a mix of ah, not it's not exactly. It's a mix of energy and information, uh, which kind of like sounds like power and memory. Not not exactly what it is though. Uh, but could their memory support interfere with the power? In some ways, yes. I think Sylar did that against Intra when they actually fought. So in quite a few ways, yeah. Actually, Sylar did that. Did that in a few different ways against Indra actually. So the answer is yes. How exactly? You can figure it out by replaying that fight scene and reading the dialogue carefully. MC is using his memory powers to implant memories of them wanting to bank him, a true villain. I don't know if he's done that so far. I don't think he has, and I don't think he's allowed to. So, yeah, yeah. Unless he tells them about it, I suppose. I think in the context, the people don't like the MC. Don't like. I think in this context, the people don't like the MC watches as his girlfriend gets fucked in front of him. That could be true. That could be true. But Yeah, I mean, just don't pick the scene then. I feel like it's that simple. I feel like there's plenty of alternate sex scenes for you to enjoy that don't have that kind of aspect in it. What is Angelina's percent monster lineage? And by extension, that of her monster, if you thought about it. I haven't really thought about it. A body would be part of it, a large part of it. But beyond body, I'm not really sure. Maybe truth. I throw out truth is just because truth has probably the most monster offspring of any of the others. Either truth or body. Those two would have the most. So could be either body or truth. Could be a little bit of creation, maybe. I don't know. Something like that. Something like that. I can't see Alice having sex with anyone else. Alice and Liz probably. Ella and Emily could maybe, but I don't know. Ella probably could. I don't imagine she'd give a fuck one way or another. Emily, uh, would Emily have sex with other person? Probably. I mean, it's not like she was particularly like conservative about it. She had a kind of a bad experience with Jared, so she's kind of a little bit turned off from sex at that time. But I feel like the MC kind of like cured that aspect of her. So Emily, I could see doing it, sure. Amber, you'd have to talk her into it. I don't think she'd do it naturally. Although she'd definitely keep her option open. Like she wouldn't accept the MC's fucking other people, but I'm not fucking other people. She wouldn't accept that. She'd say I can fuck whoever the fuck I want. Uh but that doesn't necessarily mean she's going to. Uh but she'd say that she has the right to. Uh yeah. Well, Liz obviously. Alice doesn't have like a super big interest in it, so Alice would probably be the least likely, I think, just because she's not super interested in sex beyond with the MC and even then it's mostly for him. Not that she doesn't enjoy it, but yeah, Alice is probably the least likely. She could probably be talked into it though, but if she were to do it, it'd be mostly be done for you, not for her. She's kind of I say like laissez-faire, but I'm not sure that's the right word. She just doesn't give a fuck. That's basically how it is. She just don't give a fuck. And yeah, Ella would just do it to fuck around, just to mess with you, or you know, just cause. People are really hung up on optional, easily avoidable mechanic. Yeah, yeah. All right, I feel like I kind of understand where it comes from. Like, there's a certain idea of a character in their mind, and knowing that the option is there, even if you don't choose it, knowing that the option like is possible, kind of like alters your perception of the character. Like, you don't want to like try to make it sound like it's all like pure. Like it doesn't have any impact on the game. It does. Like it has an impact on the character and how the character is viewed. And I accept that, but it's just too bad. It's just how it goes. Like I it kind of bothers me, to be honest, that the MC has all these girls. Like, is it like 10 at this point? Probably more. Like, it'd definitely be more if we're talking about like all the people he can fuck. But in terms of like the characters he like consistently goes back to fuck, I'd say it's over 10 at this point, right? Something like that. Yeah, if you count like Nico and stuff like that, and Lexi and stuff. So over 10 chicks, and they're all just like devoted to him, and they're not fucking anyone else because the MC fucks them every like once a month or something like that. I find that extremely uh, unbelievable, and that kind of bothers me about the game. Which is why I talked about in the 1.0. I'm gonna like add an option for the people who want like the pure harem experience, which I like. Maybe someone like Daryl asks, like early on in the game, like, would you rather have like a fucking harem, or would you rather just have like a polygamous circle jerk or whatever the fuck it is? Uh, and then based on your choice will impact how the rest of the game like plays out in terms of like small dialogue options. Like if you choose harem, then it would basically just be like the game as is. All the girls are only with you, and just don't think about it. Who cares? Just don't think about it. Maybe does it make sense? Not really, but fuck it. It's just how I want the game, and so that'll be that option if you choose that. And then if you choose the open relationship type option, then they're probably not going to get sex scenes because like I said, I'm lazy as fuck. They're probably not going to get sex scenes, but it'll just be in the dialogue. It'll be something like that both sides are free to fuck whoever the fuck they want, and that's how it's maintained. Because the MC, he doesn't want to commit or whatever, however you want to put it. So that'll be something like that. I feel like people have the right idea. They just want to see that coming from your mouth. Maybe. I was arguing with Tom that the MC could use Le Yong's crystals to catch most of the lightning attack. Do you mean drawn from his body, or do you mean like he grabs a physical crystal, like separate, he like picks it up and uses it to block? If he uses it like the block as like a shield, maybe that would work. If he like grows it from his body, it wouldn't work. The crystal would then explode, acting as a fragmentation grenade. MC would still be damaged naturally. Oh yeah, if that's how you want to put it, like the crystal still explodes, then yeah, maybe. Not going to talk about how if it's actually going to be implemented or not, but that explanation is as good as one as any. That sounds fair to me. Indeed, lol. A special person? No, I don't know what that's a reference to. 2 or 3 years ago, they were paying people like $4,000 USD a month to dig trenches. He won't tell you what it is for, lol. Back when the war was at its peak, 2022 to 2023. In a voice range scale from Kratos, from the Nord Saga, to Mickey Mouse, where would Indra be? He'd be about Kratos. Yeah, about that. Wait, do you think Daryl still won't be S-Class after absorbing the Battle of the Diamonds clones? Or that even after absorbing the female clone, he still only be closer to reaching S-Class and not S-Class? Well, for one, after absorbing the Battle of the Diamonds clones, all of them, he still would need the female clone. So, and he doesn't have one yet, so he'd still have to do that. After absorbing the female clone, would he be S-Class? Maybe. But the female clone would require more than just creating just a woman, a dark-skinned woman. It'd be a little bit more involved than that. So, yeah. If you were transported to Superhuman, given any possible power with 100% compatibility with it, and you told you to have to grow strong enough to beat a captain, which apostle power would you choose? Depends. Am I guaranteed safety when I'm going on this training journey? If so, I'd probably pick authority. If not, I'd go for probably body. Just because I feel like I don't want to get killed before I get to the halfway point, and body would be good for that. MC's first girlfriend, Christy, would never cheat on him. True. Would Christy ever fuck another guy? Let's be real here. Tremeer's going to get drafted the second the update drops. You need to delay the update. I don't know about that. Could authority bring some back to life, like forcing their soul to return to their body? Maybe if it was mixed with something, who knows? Now drop it the second he deploys. That'd be tough. Sorry, immediate pain. Desk pop. Did not mean to time you out long. I will need tons of Superhuman new content while I wait for GTA 6 on PC. When is GTA 6 coming on PC? Will we ever get some hot scenes with heroes leaders? Maybe one gender bent scene with Bernhardt? No. I'm not sure if you mean gender bent MC or femme Bernhardt. I ain't sure which is more horrifying. Well, true. Neither are going to happen there. Truth, body and fantasy are the top breeders. I don't know about fantasy. Truth and body for sure. I meant gender bent MC, but your idea sounds good as well. What does the twins think about fucking female MC? Which twins? Amber and Liz? They'd probably be fine with it. Yikes, 1 hour and 16 already. Yeah, true, we've got to start drawing soon. I don't know how much longer I can stream. Missing the stream like fools, true. When looking at Kira, it feels like it would be death by snooze. Maybe. I assume Angelina would have some light as well. More likely power than light. Even though I get what you mean, like, because light is kind of associated with buffing. But it's a little bit, I don't know how much I want to explain. Light is more about like freely moving energy. Energy that's not contained in something like a particle or a or like an object or whatever you want. Light's more about energy like moving freely, like unrestricted and propagating, as you'd say. And then the healing aspect comes, or not, well, kind of healing. And then the buffing aspect comes like with the photosynthesis kind of things, where you absorb what the energy that light freely propagates. Not exactly how it works, but to keep it short, that's approximating what it works. Power is more about energy condensed into something, like, for example, into like neutrinos, into like an object, into like a crystal, into your muscles, your strength, like your power. That's more what power is. And so, since Angelina's energy is contained in milk, it'd be more closely tied to power than light. But that's, very rough. I might release like the actual notes I put, like how I released the Xanth one back in the day, but I'm not going to do that till after the next update. But yeah, so maybe I'll flesh that out a little bit more for you guys, but for a general idea of how it works, that's how it works. Since Michael failed his trial for power by evolving early, does that mean he can no longer get to level 5 naturally anymore? Not necessarily, but maybe, but not necessarily. It could be that he could pass it in his next evolution. Hello, Authority looks like Arbiter pathway of LOTM. I don't know what LOTM is. Say flying is prohibited here, or violence is prohibited here. They can impose rules on a space. That might be how it works, but I'm not going to confirm if that's how it works. Since not everyone can infect by the most ideal monster themselves, is there anyone who would be better suited for another monster? What do you mean? Like literally anyone in the story? There's probably tons of people in the story. Would Bernhardt be stronger if he had a different monster? No. Bernhardt he got the best monster he could have got. For other characters, there's plenty of characters who could be better with different monsters. Lexi, Nico, Alice, Amber, Liz, Emily, Christy, Tess, Jess, Demi. I don't know what. There's a list of people. I don't know what the list is. Widward, if you would do that with asking the player on the harem and polygamy experience, then I believe that should also include the option that the MC would want to be loyal to one girl. I've thought about it, but I'm probably not going to because it's just too much work. I appreciate the options, the ever-increasing options of player freedom and such. But I do think sometimes there's options you can give to a player that will ruin their experience for the rest of the game. And that even if they might want it initially, they shouldn't choose it. And that'd be one of those options. Because I probably don't have enough sex scenes with a specific girl to validate that path. So I'm probably not going to implement it. That said, if people really want that, they can just reject every other chick and only fuck their one girl. And they can tell themselves that they're on the, what do you call it, one girl route, the monogamous route. And I might add small amounts of dialogue flavor for that. But they're not going to get like extra sex scenes or anything like that. It's too much work. Definitely like a year after it releases on console, which would be November 2027 or later. At least people get to save up for proper PC during that time. True. Keeping on the voice thing, does the Rebus sound like the master of the first Fallout game? I haven't played the first Fallout game. Between male and female voices, or is it a combination of the two? I don't know.
Body plus creation, build, focus on crafting and matter manipulation would also be busted, probably. Could also put power in the mixture, but I think the pure body plus creation would work better. Generally speaking, 2 is better than 3. Otherwise, you might as well just get 4 or 5. So you're right on that aspect. Would it be busted? It would probably be pretty busted. Yes. It feels like light and darkness are currently the most vague aspects we have. Kind of. I feel like darkness is pretty straightforward. But light, I understand. The only thing we really know about them is them properly is that light nurtures and darkness extinguishes. Well, what more do you need to know? You've got the functions right there. If you're talking about how specifically they work, yes, that is fair. For light, one of the reasons why it's good at buffing other people is because light in general carries both information and energy. It's kind of like a mix of the two. I'm talking about like real life. And I've kind of like transferred that over to superhuman in the supernatural way. So light is kind of since it can kind of convey or pass on both light, both energy and information, it's quite effective compared to other abilities. Which isn't to say that their aspect is information or is energy. Like obviously power would be more aligned with energy and memory would be more aligned with information. But as a carrier, light is excellent at both. And that's where its aspect kind of comes from, the nurturing aspect, you could say. And then, like you said, like the photosynthesis kind of aspect is kind of bastardized into a way in which other people can absorb it. Except that the aspect comes from the light side rather than the recipient side. So, yeah, that's a kind of way to explain it. But I'm not going to go super in depth because I can't remember most of it, to be honest. A lot of it's written down in my notes, and I don't remember it word for word. I'm doing the future harem route, obviously, Daryl. True, true. If somebody like the MC were to subdue a Hexen ring, would they be able to use like Nico? No. If they somehow got the Hexen ring to obey them, like in a way that's kind of what Ella, Coulson, and whatever are doing, where the Hexen ring kind of obeys them and they can use its power in that kind of sense. In that sense, yes. But as you mean, like they'd gain a bit of their power? No, they wouldn't gain any of their power. Not like Nico does. Yeah, that I agree with. Girls getting with other people, I'm fine with. Hell, I would like that. But I would like to avoid the current path that exists if you do a certain decision in the Liz route. You mean where she like gets kidnapped? Is that what you mean? That I'm thinking about changing quite a bit. Liz's NTR route is gonna get changed quite a bit. Like I don't know how much I want to change about it. Like Liz is already quite she'd be unironically laissez-faire about sex. She's very casual about it. I don't know that she necessarily needs a lot of the coercion that's, or you know, a lot of the stuff that Long tries to do behind the scenes, the sneaky shit that he tries to pull behind the scenes. I don't know if that's really necessary for her NTR route. That's said, I do want to keep him as a bad guy though, so there's that to consider. But I think it might be a bad guy in the case that he maybe unironically falls in love with her and gets obsessed. Maybe something like that. I don't know. And nothing would he wouldn't cross any lines after that, but he would attempt to, and the MC would come to the rescue. Or in the case that the MC doesn't, Liz would rescue herself, like she does in the other route. So just minor dialogue changes that is low in effort for me. That's what I always appreciate. But yeah, something like that. Something like that. Yeah. I like that option. The harem thing is also not my thing. I also don't play for the sex scene slot. Fair. Yeah, it'd just be there for people who want to play it. I understand the fantasy of having a whole group of girls like wanting to get with you, especially when I was younger. I used to love harem anime, although he never actually. I say he. Every single bloody protagonist never actually seals the deal. But yeah, I understand the appeal of harem, and if people want it, then they can keep it. But for me, it kind of sticks out as unusual, and it kind of like takes me out of it a little bit. So yeah, will you still need to opt into Liz's NTR route if you choose the open relationship thing? Yes, because that's like a personal choice. It's not like just because you're cool with her fucking other people doesn't mean you want him to fuck that guy. But yeah, that will remain an option. Could DMC incorporate the demon from Baki into his arm itself, or is that a technique beyond his current capabilities? I don't know. That might be a bit much because doesn't Yujiro like have that shit on his brain as well, and Baki too maybe, I don't know, but yeah, like logically he should be able to, but still I don't know. That's a bit much. MC already solos Yujiro by turning him into Femme Yujiro and destroying his concept of reality. I don't know. I feel like Femme Yujiro would still just rape people. I feel like he'd just go ahead and keep raping. But weird. Got to get going. I'll be excited to play the update when it drops. Thanks, Cyber. I appreciate you. Hopefully, I get it out on time. Daryl would take 3 months to become S-Class, and all 3 months would be spent carefully crafting the best tits in existence for the female clan. True. Maybe he'd be like his, like, how Rebus has like the one tit, one peck. Maybe Daryl would just he'd have the tits, the full tits, and then he'd just have the full schlong as well. Like his Rebus would be proper futa. I can see that happening. Like it kind of makes me want to do it, in a weird way. But well, we'll see about that, won't we? We'll see about that. If we ever see female Daryl, people would be doing devious things. That's why I was thinking about making the MC have female MC have the choice to fuck Daryl in the 1.0, because I feel like having it go one way is a bit strange. But if Daryl ends up getting like a female form, we could just deliver that right back. I feel like we could have that going proper two ways. Yeah, I feel like that might have to happen. I don't know. I'm not going to make promises, but I'm thinking about it. What twins do we know? So what do the Moon twins think about fucking FemMC? I don't know. Evander would probably be fine with it. I don't know about Divana. Divana might be a little bit insecure about it. Do you have plans for Nyx H-Scene or Nyx route, since it's been heavily foreshadowed throughout the game? Has it been heavily foreshadowed? Give me examples of the foreshadowing, Tom. Do I have plans? Maybe. I don't know. Didn't miss the drawing? Hell yes. True. We're probably going to get to it soon. It feels like we're coming to the end of the chat. Inefficient monogamy route. True, sadly. You can't really reject Christy, though. Yeah, I'm thinking about making that optional as well. You've got to lose your virginity to someone. And, because otherwise I'm going to have to write a fucking virginity scene every time the MC fucking has sex. But, yeah, I feel like I'm probably just going to... Christy will be the last stop on the virginity train. So, like, there'll be opportunities before then for various girls to take your virginity. And then if you reject all those girls for whatever fucking reason, then Christy, you'll be so desperate for like pussy at that point that you won't be able to resist Christy. Your mind will be too backed up by I don't know, semen, whatever. So yeah, that's how we're gonna do it. And then like if you have already lost your virginity, then you'll have the ability to maybe turn Christy down, maybe. Hey, weird. I'm doing Cyberpunk 2027 playthrough. Ooh. Which do you think is cooler, precision rifle gunslinger or LMG shotgun heavy tank? I prefer the shotgun heavy tank, personally. Darkness is just a massable fuck you in terms of properties. True. Oh shit, I lost my YouTube chat. Dark and light are straightforward. Dark has massive amounts of aura, and light is shallow, like Spawn with big tits, according to Tiffany. True. Well, Weird World, IRL information and energy are the same thing. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I can see how you could get there, I think, but I don't think that's actually true. I think there's a pretty clear distinction between them. Like you can argue that everything is kind of information, I think, kind of, but I do think there is a meaningful difference between the two. I believe extra dialogue for sticking to one girl wouldn't be too hard to incorporate. It wouldn't be too hard. It's just a matter of how much I'm going to do it. And would definitely be okay as a reward. At least it's some sort of acknowledgement. This is fair. The problem is the bang for your buck. If like one player out of like 50 is only getting that scene, is it really worth my time to implement that kind of thing? Maybe, but we'll see. So if light carries energy and info, and memory and power embodies those two traits, does that mean they would be a good combination? How would that work? You mean like power and memory would be a good combination? It might be a decent combination. But light, that's not necessarily all light does. Light also kind of like impacts causality and time as well. So there's that as well. Light has a bunch of weird shit going on with it. Because light in our universe does a lot of shit. It's a very weird kind of concept, light. Beyond just, shining. It also kind of controls perception in a little, in a roundabout way as well. But that's mostly due to information. And, well, perception is kind of related to information. But, how would it work? Body and memory? I don't know. Weird, it's been 1 hour and 30 minutes. When are we drawing? As soon as I get to the end of the chat, Addy. Which appears to be kind of soon. Sup, Weird. Wouldn't Danu be A+, given that you said she was the strongest A-class monster and was intelligent? Did I not put her as A+? I'm pretty sure I put her as A+, didn't I? Could Daryl put a Hexen ring into his or the MC stone? Like put it inside? No. To unlock some teleportation or phasing ability? Also, if Nico got Hex, could she make dimensions? Maybe and maybe. If you're talking like a piece of Hex, like some of the materials that make up what the Hexen ring is, could he like add some phase type of weapon that he could produce? Possibly. Probably not to the MC stone. To his own stone? Maybe. But we'll just have to wait and see on that. Regarding the harem of all the girls having their own life, I would like to know which would be your true vision. It's just whatever the player chooses. It doesn't really matter. Like I've already talked about which one I find more realistic, but lots of things about the game are unrealistic, so it's not necessarily more true than the other. You just do whatever you feel like. It's like whether Demi's a girl or a guy or not. It's just kind of, you just think of it for yourself. Woodward, would you ever think about bringing Klaus back? I like the thought that he has just spent the whole time recovering in some incubation pod or something, and Brown has been working on him. Who knows? Probably not, but who knows? Everything's possible. Oh yeah, Weird. You should definitely play the first 2 Fallouts. I've heard. My friend's been trying to get me on it. My friend's a massive Fallout fan. Like he got me onto like the TV series. The TV series is actually really good though. The TV series is bloody awesome. Like I was quite surprised. I didn't think it'd be good, but it was actually really good. Yeah, so my friend's been trying to get me to play 1 and 2. And I will eventually. It's just a matter of time. I don't have too much time. Life-changing experiences, man, for real. Good to hear. I like... The favorite thing about Fallout to me is the power armor. I just think that's sick as hell. It's one of the reasons I actually liked Fallout 4, even though in most other ways it's kind of like kind of crap. Well, no, like the main problem with Fallout 4 is just the dialogue, in my opinion. Like they're having a talking protagonist and just screwed it. But yeah, the power armor in Fallout 4 was cool as fuck. How you have to like try and like enter the suit, like it's kind of like mechanical like that. I thought that was cool as fuck. But yeah, New Vegas is obviously like a superior game. I meant light plus power plus memory as a combination. Oh, usually 3 is kind of weird and it can produce some weird results. Getting 2 traits, you can usually produce something quite potent. 3, it's not that it can't be potent, but it's usually the powers tend to drift towards more the unusual than to rather the outwardly strong. So that's how that goes. The TV series is fucking ass. You didn't like it? if you're a true Fallout fan, you'll know how much retconning and bullshit there is in that show. What do they retcon? Like, well, for one, I'm not a true Fallout fan. I've only played 3, New Vegas, 4. I think that's it. Is that it? Is that all I got? I didn't play Vault 76 or 64 or whatever the fuck it was. Yeah, so yeah, I'm not a true Fallout fan. As for the lore, the retcon, I don't know. I know they made Mr. House do some shit. But I feel like that was kind of in line with what he said in Fallout New Vegas. Vault-Tec experimenting on people seems about right. I don't know. I'm not too familiar in the lore. I heard that 1.0 will retcon stuff, so can we please get retcon Mars being bigger than Earth? It's really bugging me a lot. Maybe. Could MC use subjugated Hexaringe to teleport if he asked really nicely and said pretty please? Probably. Alternate universe from ours, lol. True. We still seeing that drawing or nah? Oh yeah, we're still seeing it. It's only been an hour. Who needs a harem when we have Danica? True. She gonna get crossed next update. I know about that. Daryl is a Futa confirmed? Not yet. Horizontal rebus instead of vertical. Exactly. Yes, Jellyfield Panda. Yes, correct. MC Daryl sharing their fruits of their powers with each other. This is the pinnacle of bro time. True. Then they already had the Devil's 3-way with Tess, right? Like it's just the next. This is just a step up from that. Well, one example of being foreshadowed is the MC literally grabbing her tit in the immaterial world. Right. Did he do that on purpose or was that an accident? I can't remember. Either way, that can still be foreshadowing either way. Well, I'm heading out. Hope you have a good stream. We'll leave on the background to get your ad revenue. Do I get ad revenue? I don't even know what I get. I appreciate you, 6 months though. Thanks for dropping in. Damn, MC would not succeed No Nut November Lamau. Probably not. As long as my MC can lose his V card with Danica, I'm happy. Yep, that's not happening. Danica's too late in the story. Down Danu is A+ on the monster report indeed. I thought so. We reached the end of the chat. Almost there to drawing time. Makes sense. 3 powers influencing each other by some amount is bound to cause some kind of deviation from anything predictable. Oh, yeah, true. Good way of putting it, actually. They retcon Shady Sands being destroyed during the timeline of New Vegas. Shady Sands. Is that the place with the T-Rex? Wait, was that the place outside of New Vegas? I can't remember. Light impacts causality even in our reality. So, of course, light embodies that. Well, that's why I put it there. Will we see Alice's dad, Marcus? Could Alice infect him? Will we? Depends on when you mean by. I mean, we'll see him at some point, probably. Anytime soon? I don't know about that. A lot of other things that if I talked about, I would be considered spamming. I see. It's a good show. It's just not a good Fallout show. Accident. Okay. He was reaching something and he suddenly snapped out of the hallucination. Nix was just there. No, Shady Sands is the capital of NCR. Oh. I can't remember. It's been too long. Hi, I love you. I love you too, TMT. Yeah, I don't remember. It's weird. That is weird. Why did they? Oh, Shady Sands is the place that got nuked, right? In the show. Is that why they retconned it? Yeah, I feel like it's kind of a weird decision. I feel like they should have just made that for just some other city in Fallout. I'm sure there's plenty of cities that could have been nuked. But they like to, what do you call it, like give recognizable names to the fans. And so that's probably why they did it. It could also be that the writers just didn't know that aspect of the lore and so thought it'd be fine. Could be that. But yeah, otherwise, I don't generally care about that. But it could be more that I'm just not thinking about it. So the NCR were going on a campaign while their capital was in nuclear ruins. Makes sense to me. Why is the NCR in New Vegas? Shouldn't they be in California? I don't know anything about it. But Shouldn't the capital of the NCR be in California? I figured that. Unless California is like completely like dirt at this point, and they have to like set up a new California somewhere. Maybe that's what it means, New California Republic. It's like somewhere else. But I would assume, just on my very limited knowledge, that the capital of the NCR would be in fucking California. But is there a visual novel that you could say was inspiration for Superhuman, even like a single aspect? Fate Stay Night is a good one. I'd say definitely play Fate Stay Night if you haven't. Yeah, so it's not really faithful adaptation. I get why you don't care about that, but most passionate people about the games do. I understand. It's not like I'm saying your criticism is wrong. It's just I'm just saying I don't give a fuck. NCR is in California because colonization. Yeah, they want to rebuild America. Yeah, but that means the capital can't be in Shady Sands if it's in California, right? Unless you mean like the New Vegas branch of the NCR. The capital of that is Shady Sands. Is that what you're saying? No, I meant in Vegas. Sorry. So you mean like their head branch office in New Vegas is in Shady Sands? Is that what you mean? It's exactly all trying to influence each other. The result. Good comparison. Too many chefs in the kitchen. Yeah, true, true. The monster under Alice's home. What was its power exactly? I don't know. Something like kind of telekinesis, but not really. Maybe something to do with weight. I'm just making it up on the spot. I don't actually know. Like maybe like it can make itself super heavy or super light or something like that. I don't know. Name dropping. That's why they did it. Yeah, true. That's why I think they did it as well. Its power was being the color blue. True. Shady Springs is in California, so it's so is season 1 of Fallout. Wait, season 1 of Fallout is in California? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that would make sense. Yeah, because they went to New Vegas. They didn't start in New Vegas. They went to New Vegas. Oh, okay. That makes sense. NCR wanted to hoover down for power, but their New Vegas is free real estate. A next scene would be peak. Also, do you have plans for MC to fuck any of the lieutenants he hasn't fucked yet? Who hasn't he fucked yet? There's Jill, Helena. Helena's not going to get a sex scene. Mostly because I haven't drawn her naked. I drew her outfit as is. So it'd be a pain in the ass to draw her naked. Jill could be done. Then I have to draw under her mask. She doesn't actually have a mouth. So like it's just the mask. So there's that. What other? Oh, Ira. He hasn't fucked Ira or Melody yet. Interesting. It's possible. I'm not going to confirm or deny. Melody and Ira. I want Wolf cut ice cold. Alt girlfriend. True. The femboy and chillboy. Oh yeah, femboy and chillboy. True. Between either Oscar and Michael, do you think one is notably more skilled than the other in a fight? Don't have to specify who. Just curious if it's close or not. Michael is notably better. Oscar's good. Is good, but Michael's kind of like a demon. he's not normal. He's not normal. Both Alice and Michael are kind of like weird that way. Cause, due to various drugs and shit that allowed them to train in unusual ways. Which isn't to say Oscar wasn't like roiding up back when he was a kid as well, but not the same way Alice and Michael were. The femboy need to get cracked. Also Kira. Leif, I think his name is. Correct. Maybe. It's possible. I'm not going to guarantee. But it's possible. They want to rebuild America. Yeah. They're going into Vegas and Arizona because they want to expand here. They like a new government, basically. Yeah, I get you. They're generally treated, at least from what I remember of the games, we were pretty suspicious of them. But from what I remember, they were usually doing the right thing in the broad sense. Talking about the TV series, I don't know if you had even seen it, but Dexter reminds me, I have seen Dexter, of Howard from Better Call Saul. Like a lot. I haven't watched Better Call Saul yet. I've been meaning to because I hear it's even better than Breaking Bad. But I haven't actually watched it, so I don't know who Howard is. Oh, you're talking about? I thought you were talking about Dexter, the TV show. You're talking about Dexter from my game. Really interesting. I'll keep that in mind. Maybe I could find some inspiration. NCRB in Vegas is that they're just on a military campaign to take control of the region and just expand their sphere of influence. Yeah. We'll get to see the rest of the lieutenants. I'm pretty sure we are still missing a few. You are missing a few. Will we see them? Eventually. They had rife internal corruption. I don't know if it's spoilers, but I'm curious. Are Oscar and Charlie blood siblings? Like, complexion aside, Charlie's very short, while her bro's built like a behemoth. True. They might not necessarily be, or they might be. Or they could also be half siblings. It could be a lot of things. Their designs are quite different, I'll grant. But yeah, they're meant to be good. I thought so. Lisa, the girl that has her tits out all the time. Yeah, true. In a way, I remember her tits. Yeah, I feel like that's a lot of people's memory of her. Lisa and Harry's interactions are funny. I, generally speaking, enjoy them as well. Kind of a weird team, but they're not. I mean, they are a team. They're both lieutenants in the same team, but yeah, they're kind of a weird duo. Is there a group in the Hero that pretend to be Power Rangers, or is that not a thing in Superhuman Universe? I don't know. It's not a bad idea though. It's not a bad idea. Like, get them in uniforms. Like, I feel like if any of them were to do that, it'd be Lucius, and I've already given Lucius's team like some outfits. Like, Altai is already, like, he could be the White Ranger. He's already set for that. But Melody's doesn't really have the suit, so I feel like it's a bit late, unfortunately. But you know, robot parts too. True. Describe her tits so I can see if it's actually her. Just large. Just large is the only word for it. Anyway, all right, we've reached the end of both chats. Time to do a bit of drawing. How long have we been streaming for? I don't know how much longer I've got. 2 hours. Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do a bit. I want to go over like how I used to do it compared to how I do it now, because I feel like when I drew Ira on whatever the last drawing stream was, that was kind of fun. Like talking to you guys about how I used to do things. Fuck me. Yeah, so we'll do a quick run through of how I do shit, of how I used to do shit, and then we'll show how I do shit now. Because I've recently, very recently actually, like within the last couple of months, changed how I do fight scenes, and I'm hoping it produces a better result. That's what I'm hoping for. A cooler result. Because I don't know if I should I explain it now, or should I explain it as I'm doing it? Like, I get a decent amount of credit for drawing like good fight scenes in Superhuman. I get, like, among the community, I get a good amount of credit for it. But I don't think I'm very good at fight choreography. This is something I've been trying to improve. But like in terms of fight choreography, or visual choreography, I feel like I'm not very good. I'm kind of like mediocre, in fact. Like, it's just because not a lot of visual novels have fight scenes the way I do them, and so I feel like I get a decent amount of credit in that regard because I'm kind of like the only one who does it. But if you compare me to like an actual manga, like, I feel like the way they choreograph their fights are all like, even like a low mid one is probably better than what I'm doing. And part of it is because like I don't have time to like draw as much as they do. And I'm probably also probably not as fast in drawing. Well, I might be now. I might be faster now. But part of it is because I've also got other responsibilities, and because I can't like draw certain things like they can. But also part of it is that I just haven't really studied like how fight scenes, like good quality fight scenes, are drawn. I never really took the time to study, and a lot of what I do, I usually research a fair bit beforehand and to get myself a good idea. And for fight scenes, for some reason, I just thought I could intuit it. Well, I say for some reason. The main reason is because I'm limited by my ability, my for one, my drawing ability. because although I can draw front angles, 3/4 angles, and sometimes side angles decently well, drawing like high level foreshortening and unique perspectives and different angles, like looking up at the cunt, like from that kind of view, and looking down, I'm not very good at that, and so that kind of limits me in a lot of the things I can draw in a fight. Slowly over time, I've figured out various ways to overcome that limitation. With my most recent method, I think being the ultimate version of it. Well, I say ultimate, my most advanced version so far. But yeah, I think because of that, like kind of hesitation to do unique angles, I've kind of like kept my fight scenes a little bit basic, a little bit I don't know, a little bit plain compared to what you'd find in most manga or comic books. Recently, one of the reasons actually the next update is taking so long is because I've been trying to rectify that, because it's like the last hurrah of Superhuman, and I want the fight scenes to actually look pretty good. But over the course of that experimentation, let's say over the past few months, I think I found my new ultimate style, or not style, but strategy, pipeline, whatever you want to call it. And we'll show that off today after I've shown you how I used to do it and stuff. And yeah, that's the plan. One thing I'm quite good at, I think, is special effects. Actually, I think the special effects that I do in Superhuman is another one of the ways in which I mask how kind of mediocre my actual fight scenes are. And so I also like supplement it with narration, music, sound effects. I supplement it in various ways, but I think special effects is one of the prime ways. Like the fireballs, the slashes of light, the lightning, and all that. Maybe I should show that off as well, because how I do that is also very straightforward. Actually, yeah, we'll do that as well, because that's also part of my strategy, and a worthwhile strategy it is. But yeah, so as we go through it, we'll go step by step, and hopefully by the end, we'll see a strong improvement of my methodology. I don't know if that's the right word or not. It sounds good. Oh shit, I've got cum in this folder. Cum textures. And sweat textures. I don't know if I should keep this up. I'm not going to show it on screen, obviously, but I'd like to keep it hidden somewhere. I just don't want to risk it. That's all. If I double click on something, where does it show up? Okay, it shows up on the right screen. Yeah. All right. We'll try and be careful. We'll keep the folder closed because we don't want to leak some unintended shit. But we'll keep the textures open. Yeah. All right. I mean, come without a chick to put it on. Really just looks like milk, right? It's not that different, right? Yeah. Okay. I think this is fine. Okay. All right. uh, 2 hours yapping. Yeah. Big tit arts time. They're not going to be tits. Yellow eyes with tags in them. I don't know what that means. It's quite fun. You're going to tell me you can't look a hoe in the eyes? Are you talking to me? I don't know what you're talking about. Lost by any account in the community. Explain it as you... What are you guys talking about? Combat manga might be a good reference. Kengan Ashura is good for its fight choreography. That's what I've been researching. Quite recently, actually. But I want more than just like a punch-on type choreography. I want interesting fights. because a lot of my fights aren't just necessarily like punch on. Some of them are. A lot of them are with Yamcha using his blades and stuff. But yeah, there's audio-visual slideshow called One Punch Man Season 3. It's a good way to learn how to improve your fight scenes. Yeah, maybe. Good quality fight scenes is any fight scene where my favorite character wins. True. A bit tame, exciting, 100%. Streaming discussion is in agreement that you're being a bit too harsh on yourself here. Maybe. Like I said, it's not like I'm saying my fights are bad. It's just I'm saying my choreography is bad. Like in terms of like the presentation of my fights, I think they're all right. Like I said, I supplement them in various different ways. Like my limited ability in various different ways. Like I said, special effects, sound effects, music. The limited animations that Renpai can provide. So it's not like I'm saying they're dog shit or anything like that. It's just I think they could be better. is the main thing. They could be better, especially on the choreography side. Like one of the things I think that Varavan's fight actually does really well is, compared to other fights, is actually the choreography, the sword fight choreography. Because there was one really cool fucking pose that Varavan would do, like where he's got his like sword kind of like that, and he's like kind of looking down, and like he's got his helmet looking pretty fucking sick. And there's a specific reason why I could do that with Varavan, but I can't, or I couldn't at the time do that for a lot of other fucking fights. Well, I could have. It just would have taken too long. And we'll get into that. But yeah, so it can be improved. A lot of it's angles. Oh, I do have it. Excellent. A lot of it's angles. Yeah. Yeah, very good. Very good. Let me just get all my resources ready. Not going to use them straight away because I didn't. Fuck. Oh shit. Did I mean to do that? I'll delete that. Yep, get these. We don't need any of that. Environment. Do we need any environment? Oh yeah, we need a gun. That's not environment, that's in weapons. Food. No, we'll get this. Because I should have used this. I haven't used it in a long time. I've only used it once, but, still. Alright, and we'll get some of the we'll get some of the classics that I've used before that some of you might recognize. Yep, this one. Oh no, this one. Yeah, fuck that. Get that shit out of here. Pull this up. Hang on as I get set up. Wait, do I not have the sword? Where the fuck does it... God, I hate this account. Where the fuck's the sword? This one will do, I suppose. It's fine. It's not the best, but, it'll do the job. And we'll get a gun. What's a gun everyone will recognize? Here, yeah, this one. People will recognize this one. Alright, get this here. Then we'll get Unplash open. Because I do use a lot of Unplash. Even to this day. In fact, Unplash would have been from the start, the very start. Yep, so we got that there. Is that everything? I think. Oh, no, one more.
one very important thing. Get ourselves a character. Let's just go this one. Then we'll grab the MC. Okay. All right. Now, how do I get my tablet to show? Oh, does my pen work? Yeah, it works. Very good. We want the tablet to show. I think. And then tablet, all good. Nothing. Just trying not to get myself banned. Yep, I think we're looking clean. Excellent. Right. There we go. All right. Put chat back. Special effects in Superhuman is some of the best I've seen. Honestly, I'd say it does a great job emphasizing a person's power and presence in the image. Oh, thank you, Hiatus. Yeah, I think I'm, generally speaking, pretty good with special effects. I like to think I'm getting even better, but yeah, I think I've been slowly improving over time. Man, that's true. Weird, you should put all the female lieutenants naked on stream for more popularity. True. Just generate a bit of controversy, you know. Agreed. We all be very happy if you leak something weird. True. Because Valravn was wearing a helmet. Exactly. I did mention it before on stream, I think. But yes, it's exactly why. But I'll actually be able to show you why on the fucking, you know, the canvas. You couldn't do it for other fights because Val is really cool and the other people in the fights aren't. True. So real. Val's a badass. True. Valravn was great because it was diverse and dynamic. True. This is kind of what I was talking about. Not always staying in the same place or advantage, disadvantage. It also was a surprise that the next scene of the fight was going to be so that was not predictable. Finally, I think the cool poses and faraway camera angles helped a lot in my opinion. Though that last one might just be me. I agree with all of those things. Claude code, of course. I don't know what that means. It's all over the place. It's all over once Weirdworld flashes the stream with nude pics of Jared. True. Just the big old-fashioned white schlong. No way Twitch has a high, even resolution to render Jared in all his glory. Praise be. The Jared fans have been spreading. True. Weirdman, how have you been? Good friend. Long time no see. One true author. Welcome back. Glad to see you. Talking about the lieutenants makes me curious. What captain has the best relationship with their lieutenants? At face value, I'd say Malik or Nix. Probably Nix. Oh, they're friendly in different ways. The writing at the fights do good amount of lifting. Yeah. And yeah, other AVNs that try to do fights aren't so good. Yeah. I really like your fight scenes, Woodward. They are very unique, and it's clear how much pride you take in your work. I don't know about. Well, yeah, there's a decent amount of pride. I try to make them good. I value the fights in my game, so I'm trying to like keep improving. I don't want to stay static, but yeah. On topic of choreography, I think you shine on lower levels. I mean, like city tier, MC vs Cole, but would you say is difficult to picture a higher scale fight, like blowing up planets and stuff? I think blowing up planets in general is just harder to make interesting as a fight. I think that's generally speaking how it is, like higher level stuff.
There's ways around it, in which, like you say, yeah, the attack's the strongest planet, but it's more potent, so it's more of a piercing attack than a scale busting attack, generally speaking. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see. Weird, my man. How have you been? Wait, I just read that. I thought you did that pretty well with the MC when he takes out Divina's monsters. Oh, that was pretty cool. Like the tails coming from the sky. That was pretty cool. That was kind of a lower angle. Kind of. But I get what you mean. And I was getting a little bit more comfortable with that at that point in time. That's something many struggle with. Make characters that are cosmic powerful feel so in a fight. And with Malik currently fighting unrestrained, I think that would be a fight that would be that first tier fight on Superhuman. Maybe. Also, by the way, weird. I thought you actually read about SCPs. PS. When I first saw the Black Moon, haven't. Because yes, SCP World has SCP-001, the Black Moon. Ooh, which can turn and kill everyone into black masses. No, I'd never heard of it. But yeah, it sounds cool. I do mean to read into it eventually. It's just I haven't had the time. Don't sell yourself short, Weird. Everything from the art to the effects is beyond what most TV shows are currently making. I don't even know how you could improve it, but I can't wait to see. Well, hopefully I can manage it. I'm glad you think so, though, Leon. You're happy finally catching one of your streams, man. Keep up the great work. I can't wait for the new update. Thanks, Waffles. Shouldn't wait too long. And I appreciate you. You're not a twin. I wanted to ask, since it's been on my mind since I first played through the game, are you a solo dev? I am. Do you do everything from art to coding? I do. And have you gotten help from any other people? I have gotten some help. Like for a while, I had a guy help me construct the scenes. Didn't really last too long because it's very hard to organize between like another person and me. Because getting what I want done it takes a bit. So that lasted a little bit, but didn't last too long. For code, I've got the Gamma. He's lending me a hand with some of the code. I haven't actually used any of it yet in the game because I'm a lot of it's for like 1.0 type stuff. But in that sense, someone also gave me the code for the gallery. I can't remember what the name was, but someone gave me the code for the gallery of the game. So there's that. I take royalty-free music, so it's not like a direct like person-to-person like help, but you know they provide it and I take it. So in that sense, I take stuff, but basically all of it, it's all me. It's just me, you know, chipping away at it. What you're doing is no glaze, really inconceivable for a single person. Not about inconceivable. It's time consuming, but I feel like once you know how, it's not super complicated. You just gotta chip away with it. Like I said, you just gotta keep going. And I feel like it could be done. I suppose learning in the first place maybe is a high bar to pass, I suppose. You know, not in terms of like difficulty, in terms of the people willing to do it. So in that sense, maybe. Also, some less popular concepts. I think a Gleipwith was the name of Grendel's mother in Beowulf. It was. Not exactly a very known mythological name, so neat. Yeah, I like to do a lot of research into this kind of stuff. I hope that puts in perspective how much admiration I have for your work. Oh, thanks, Andy. I appreciate you. And yeah, very kind. Still waiting for the hell turn for Malik. Heel turn. I don't know what that means. Yes, you're right. MC dies to it. Asura's Wrath. That game has some pretty good planet destroying stuff. Oh yeah, true. I should look at that. One Punch Man does a good job with the planet destroying attacks, mainly with Cosmic Gyre. Yeah, true. One Punch Man is really good. Like in the day, like I've used One Punch Man as reference before because I think this fight scenes are really cool. The problem I think with the way I do it is because I just take very isolated like cool looking images without thinking about like the choreography design happening behind it. So I feel like I haven't like learned properly from One Punch Man, and it's one of the mangas I have been going back to kind of like learn and understand more about how to make a good choreographed fight. Like I said, upon further research, a lot of it does come up to like a volume, like the fact that I can't really produce the kind of volume that a lot of manga artists can, like in terms of like image numbers. Because a lot of what choreography comes down to is what they do is they do one image of like the beginning of the action, then they cuts to the next image, and it's the action carried out. Usually, what I do though is I only have the action carried out. I never do like the beginning of the action. I only have the end state, and I think that that kind of like fucks with my choreography a fair bit. But I'm hoping with my newest strategy in fights, I can remedy that, and have a fully fleshed out type of fight scene. But we'll see. Anyway, let's get started. I'll read the rest of the comments in good time. Let's begin on the drawing. All right. So my first fight scene in Superhuman was the dino fight, right? No, it was the fucking bar fight. With those cunts who were hitting on Ella. How did I do that? I did it the old-fashioned way. Right, let's get the pen out. The fucking mic is getting in my way. I'm gonna have to put the mic up here. I don't know if you guys can still hear me, but this is how we're doing it. All right. So, okay. So I always, what the fuck? Don't tell me it's fucking up again. What's going on? Fuck me. Hang on. Let me experiment a bit. Yeah, it's trying to go on the fucking other screen. You piece of shit. You. It is. It's trying to fucking do it. You fucking cunt. Christ. I don't know if I explained it before, but the problem that I have with my tablet, like I've said it a few times that my tablet doesn't work on my second stream account. And for some reason, I don't know why, is like I've got 3 monitors, one here, one here, one here. Whenever I try to draw on this one, because this is my drawing one, like when I say this monitor 3, it's actually just a tablet that I draw on. Whenever I draw on this cunt, it fucking starts clicking on this cunt. And sometimes it makes the mouse like share with that one as well. And it like fucks up my whole setup. And I figured out like a kind of like rough patch way to fix it, which is basically by installing and uninstalling the driver. That's how I do it. But sometimes it doesn't always work. This is why I always get particularly triggered when I'm doing a fucking drawing stream. Because then I have to fucking uninstall and reinstall the driver again. Like several times to get it to fucking work. And usually I lose my goddamn shortcuts when I do it as well. This time I didn't lose my shortcuts, but I guess that means I just didn't do it fucking properly. What a pain in my fucking ass. Saitama sneezes and destroys the planet. I don't know if he destroyed it, but like he like blasted away the gas to the core, and I thought that was really cool. Peak art, especially the fan coloring made for it. I haven't seen. I bet if you reached out to Hideo Kojima, he would help. The man loves great asses. True. The abandoned anime after season 3. True. Maybe I'll lurk around to listen to others rant about it. True. At least we get Superhuman now. I don't know about that. Bar fight outside the bathroom. It's escaping. True. Fuck me. What a pain in the ass. Alright, is it done? No, give it a second. It's still fucking uninstalling. Have you taken any ideas from mythology? I've seen a lot of creatures in Superhuman, and they seem to be close to some old Greek gods in mythology. Yeah, I usually take quite a few ideas from mythology and kind of just like warp and bastardize it into my own kind of lore. Or some less popular. Oh wait, yeah, I already read that. Well, inconceivable maybe isn't the right word. Incomprehensible is more accurate because I can't comprehend how one person can do it all. It's just sacrifice your social life, and you can find that you can do a lot of shit. that's how it goes. That's how it goes. At least it is that way for me. I would love to see how you structure your writing. Do you think that would make a decent stream? I don't know. It's very incoherent, so I'm not really sure. Usually, I like throw out fucking ideas. I like shit out a bunch of fucking ideas, and then just work from there. It's very incoherent, so I'm not sure if it would. It's also not something I'm certain I could show. How long is this taking? Fuck me. Close. Device is connected. That's a good sign. All right. No clicking. All right. We're getting somewhere. Shortcuts. Shortcuts are still there, which is unsettling, but we'll leave it. Okay. All right. We're good. We're good. Tablet refuses to be used for anything not involving massive tits. True. Also weird, I'm now one of the SCP authors. Cool. And I'm planning on writing a story about Apostles and Chosen being SCP-101-0110. The other twins, SCP-101-0111. The Chosens. What do you think of it? Sounds cool. Do it. Why not? Sounds cool as fuck. At least you're one of the more humble solo devs, man. In your opinion, what do you think was the biggest problem you came across when making Superhuman? Biggest problems. I think just learning is a very slow process. Like, I've been making this game for like 5 years at this point, I think. And obviously the early shit is a lot worse than the later shit in terms of like design and stuff. And it just takes time to build up that skill set. And so I feel like a lot of people are turned off by a lot of my earlier stuff because it doesn't look visually too good. Which is why I'm doing the 1.0. So that's a problem, I suppose. In terms of like production though, I don't know. I try to make my pipelines super efficient, which has mostly benefited me, but sometimes it just takes a long time to get it right. Just like some things, it just takes time. You just have to keep trying to do different shit until it like lands. Like in terms of like drawing, like sometimes when I'm drawing a sex scene, it just doesn't look right. It just doesn't look good. Like something about the angle, something about the face, the whatever, it just looks wrong, and you have to just keep doing it and spend like hours and hours trying to like get it right. And the same is true for story. Sometimes just the idea behind it is all right, but like how you've executed it is just not. It's not correct. It's not as good as it should be. And I don't need everything to be perfect. I'm not that kind of person. But you want it to meet at least a certain standard, and so you don't want to put out shit. So I'd say the biggest problem is just having to redo certain things and the time it takes to do so. So I'd say that's probably my biggest problem, you could say. How does reproduction between monsters work? For example, I remember when that a Gorgon and a Minotaur necromancer were going to mate Would a new species be born, or would just a variant of one of them? Likely a new species. Was there an idea you had for Superhuman that sounded really cool, but it would be too complicated to implement? Yeah, I was going to do like a full character creator, like where you can make your character like different skin colors, different hair colors, male, female, all that. I really wanted to do that, but alas, too complicated, too much effort, and so I couldn't. Okay, all right. So fight scenes. I used to draw the old-fashioned way. Oh, I've got the vector brush on. I suppose that's fine. So the first scene I did was, I mean, kind of, but also Ella punching. So no, this vector thing is pissing me off. Yeah, that's better. So how I was taught to do it back when I was first learning art in uni. Draw a circle. That's the face. It's not really matter. And so then you just draw the bones. So for the first, I think, cool looking action scene, I had, how did I do it? I think it was something like this. And then it'd be elbow. This is hands. Then this would be something like pelvis, knee, ankle, foot, heel. And back in the day I was using Photoshop, not Clip Studio. I like Clip Studio better, but Photoshop had its advantages, I'll say. Right. So you do something like that. Torso, you draw a box representing the torso. I'd usually do boobs, but you know, sometimes boobs are necessary, sometimes boobs are not necessary. So you do something like that. And then because it looks a little bit fucked, you adjust the proportions. So knee probably shouldn't be bent so far. It should be slightly up more like that. I'll just liquefy it a bit. Back in the day, Clip Studio didn't have liquefy, but I had Photoshop, which did. Back when in the early days of Clip Studio, you had to do it like this. This is something they've always had, at least as far as when I got it. And this is actually, in some ways, it's better than liquefy, because you can kind of really manipulate it in a interesting, coherent way. Liquefy is good because it's faster. That's the main draw to liquefy. It's a really quick and easy tool. But this one, it has its benefits. Right. So relatively long legs. I feel like I used to, and still sometimes do, kind of underestimate the length of legs, because they're much longer than arms. So something like that, about there, I think. Like that. Put that there. Get rid of this. Chop that off. Doesn't need to be so rotated. Normally, what you do, and I did this even early on. I'm not going to do it now because I can't be fucked. Actually, maybe I should. I don't know. But you get a reference. You get like someone else's kind of how they've done this kind of thing. And then you see how they do it. And then you don't copy it exactly because that's kind of fucked up. But you kind of get an idea of what they do. Right, so that's basic stance. This leg is rotated to the left. So like that. That's why the foot's out that way. This way is kind of like a front facing. So the knee would be facing the front directly here, all around. And the toes would be kind of angled around the front as well. So keep kind of like that. Now for something like this, typically people go, from my experience in fighting and from watching fighting,
Actually, I should chop it up first. Let's chop this shit up. Chop that up. Chop this up. I do a lot of chopping. And then chop the head off. Okay. So, where the fuck's the body? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so usually people, when they do this kind of punch, they're like leaning into it. So you want the chest to go down a bit. Usually, I don't know how much I want to talk about it, how complicated I want to get. In perspective, when something is forward, like leaning forward, the top becomes bigger and the back becomes smaller. Because when something's forward, the part that comes closer to you is always bigger, looks bigger to you. And then the part that's further back is more further back from you. So usually you make this part, since it's leaning forward, you make this bigger. There's also a good trick you can do. I can't remember when I started doing this, but it's called perspective, where it kind of does it for you. Does it like by itself. You don't want to go that far because fuck that. But yeah. And then we just move that there. So that's a handy trick. You want the chest to kind of be leaning forward. If I had boobs, I'd draw the boobs lower. But we're not drawing boobs at the moment. Usually the head is kind of like down when you're doing this. Down a bit. So it's better to chop it up and draw it like independently than like with this perspective thing. Because, yeah, about there. Probably about there. Then drag this down here. They might be slightly tilted to the left, their head, but I like to do it straight on because drawing straight on is easier. So yeah, head slightly tilted down, low, so most of the neck won't be showing. It's kind of getting in the way of seeing the face, so we'll just erase that. It doesn't really matter. But like that. These are kind of the shoulders. Like this here is like the shoulder band. So do that. Like that. For this arm, sometimes I do the arms a little stretched, like longer than they logically should be, because I feel like it just emphasizes the emotion and the impact more. So we do that. That's the elbow point. We'll do the shoulder point as well. And then, where the fuck's the other arm? There it is. Usually I'll label them because it's easier. I don't have to like click through them. Oops. Doesn't really make sense for the arm to be out like that. Maybe I could flip it. The upper arm on this one is shorter because this will be coming towards the camera a little bit. So here, like that. Kind of fucked it. The fist should be coming closer to the camera. And so getting bigger. And there. Actually, let's make the arm even longer. Here's the arm. Forearm probably shouldn't be longer than the upper arm. Stretch it across. Like that. And there we go. We kind of got like the basic bones of the fight scene. Pretty simple. Well, with the one character at least. Maybe even longer. Yep. That'll do. That kind of gets you an idea of what the punching is like. Tablet refuses to be used. Yeah, true. I say the boobs are very necessary in this case. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Fuck, my YouTube chat keeps disappearing. Right.
So we got this settled mostly. I'm mostly satisfied with it. It's nothing super special, but it's fine. Does the job. Make it slightly lower opacity. This is what I would do. And then we start drawing in the character. So we want shoulder muscle. Simple, right? The neck kind of beefy because we're making this guy. This is the pose that Ella took in the first bar fight. So really I should be drawing a chick. But since I can't be drawing tits, why is it so unsteady? It's on the wrong fucking calibration. Calibration just means like the cursor, see how I'm moving it, isn't like where the pen tip is touching. So it's like a little bit to the right. It's like about this much off. So it's kind of fucking me. I don't know if it's worth the time it takes to fix it. Nah, fuck, I can't be stuff. Alright, we're just going to live with it. Elbow. Do kind of forearm in here. Armpit. Forearm should be slightly strange because it's coming towards the camera. And like that, or something like that. Then what the fuck? Why are you like this? Fire it so it's at the right angle. And then add a bit of definition to the elbow. I don't know how much definition I want to put to the sometimes you got to do some shading, bit of cross hatching. I don't do too much cross hatching anymore because I don't know. It just didn't feel like super necessary. I probably should be doing this on a separate layer, otherwise it will fuck the rest of the image. But whatever. I'm not going to properly draw this out anyway. So yep, we're there. Get some hip kind of bullshit going on there. Just nice and rough. Kind of outline the pecs a bit. Yeah. Like that. Pec thing. Pec thing. Just kind of hint at the abs. I'm not going to draw the cock because we're on Twitch, so yeah, kind of stingy about that kind of shit. Collarbone. You can go however much detail you fucking want. Jawline. The face is going to be mostly straight because I find straight easier. I don't know how much detail I actually want to go on. Since I'm just doing something like that. Nose should be lower because the head is down. I've got a bit of a pig nose here. And then he's mad because he's in a fight and you don't want to be in a fight. Pupil was going kind of this way, but not fully. I don't know if he wants eyelashes or not. Does he need eyelashes?
I really should be doing this on different layers. Copy and over because it can't be fucked. Then, I don't know what his hair is going to be. I don't know who this is supposed to be. I don't know. Maybe I should have picked a character to actually draw before I started this. Just give him some luscious locks. So he's not a bald cunt. Maybe I should have just made it Ella. We're doing her fucking pose. Oops. Just drawing random shit until we can cover his bald ass fucking head. Liquefy that a bit. Normally we wouldn't even be doing this kind. Well, actually, back in the day I might have. Normally we wouldn't be doing like the cross hatching and bullshit, just because I can't be stuff coloring and shading him for real. So I'm not gonna. Well, the hair I actually did on another layer. Why did I do the hair on another layer? Oh, because I copied and pasted the eye. Right. True. The hand's a bit fucked. But who gives a fuck about hands, right? Right, so finish that off. No. This arm might be a bit too big. Yeah, it is too big. But we'll fix that later. Then some cross shading. I was never very good at cross hatching. Cross hatching, by the way, is just this: doing this, then doing this, and to imply shadow. But my hand's not very steady, so I was never particularly good at it. I still do it sometimes, just because I like the way it looks. I'm also using a brush way too thick for it at the moment. But we've already done it this far, we're gonna stick to it. Usually the bicep will be about here, or something like this. Forearm doesn't get much definition because it'll be the open part of the forearm. So there's no need. And so we stretch that shit in a bit. Fuck me. My mouse is unsteady. Bulk should be more down here because that's where the tricep is. And then stretch into the legs. It's a bit fat, but thick fucking thighs, man. Then into the knees, open to the calves. Then the foot comes up somewhere around here. I'm not going to draw the foot because it can't be stuffed, but it comes out somewhere around here. Knee gets a little bit of a line here. Maybe one up there as well. Yeah. Shin bone, maybe just something like this. Thigh, muscle, something like that. Then there's that. And then, since this will be side leg, I'll go something like this. Knee comes out the side, straight down to the foot. He's wearing shoes or something, I don't know. Calf, like that. Legs are a bit big, but we can fix that. Alright. Looks too big, so we're going to shrink them a bit until it looks about right. Because sometimes the bones, they work for a reference, but you're not always correct. You're not always on the money. And then, like that. Wow, this arm is way more cross-hatched than the others. Fuck me. Something like that. The thing is about there and about here, but it doesn't really matter. Just nice little nice thin. I can make my brush even thinner. That's better. A bit like that. Not too thick, because cross-hatching really shouldn't be too thick. The reason I'm doing it in the bottom area is because that's where usually light is coming from a above source. Sometimes it's coming from a below source, and that can often be really cool to draw. And you know, lighting is one of the things I'm good at as well. Like I'm not too good at like drawing and shading. I'm all right, but I'm not like super proficient in it. But I think I am pretty good at lighting. I think lighting carries a lot of my images. Like even images you think that you think might look good like as a drawing, a lot of it's the fucking lighting. Yeah, so we're just gonna shadow the whole lower body. Actually, I don't know if I want to go further than this. Is my hands super unsteady? I can't use my mouse properly. Why? Is it my hands? It could be my hands. Oh, did I have too much coffee? Too many mochas. Because I did have a, like, it's a fucking Milo mixed with coffee, so it's like a mocha. I did have a couple, or one before that. This would be my second, but I don't know why the fuck my hands would be unsteady. There you go. Oh shit. There should be like a wrist bone around here. Like that. Then where the fuck did he go? There he is. There you go, that's better. I feel like that armpit area was like super large for no reason. There we go. I mean, he kind of looks like the MC in a way, except he's got his eyes shown. Maybe it'd look better without the eyes. Let's cover up the eyes, see what happens. Get some fucking hair in his face. He'll be fine. You don't need to see when you're fighting, right? The MC doesn't fucking see when he's fighting. All that fucking hair. What is this cunt? Maybe I should just draw the MC for all these examples. It'd be easier. So people know. Kind of like obscures the face a bit. Yeah, it's not exactly like the MC. The MC you can still see his nose. That's kind of the MC. Kind of. Yeah, good enough. And yeah, that's basically how I do it. See, a lot of fucking effort for not a whole lot of fucking result. Then I have to color this in. I have to like fix the anatomy. I have to do proper shading, not this cross-hatching bullshit. And then I have to do a whole bunch of shit. So overall, how long did that take me? Like 15 minutes for like fuck all? How long did that take me? Does anyone know? Where the fuck's my Twitch? Did I close Twitch? I might have closed it. Fuck me, whatever. Point is, it took me a long fucking time to do not a whole lot. And this is why I did very few custom images for fight scenes back in the day. That's Jared, clearly, true. And he is the strongest of them all. New character being created. This will be the MC from Superhuman 2, true. This is pretty cool. MC is memory, never change his dong size. That's our MC. 28 minutes roughly. 26, Jesus. 15 to 20 minutes. Around 20 minutes to draw this fucking bullshit. That's for like one post. I haven't even drawn the cunt flying away yet. So mate, you don't know this, but this is one of the MC's son from the Monster Jet. True. Really, mate. True. You can't be one of the lieutenants we haven't seen yet. It could be. Maybe maybe that's who it is. I don't know. Merge that. But yeah, point is, 20 minutes for this fucking thing. Haven't fucking colored him. Haven't done fuck all. We've got a bit of definition for the chest, and that's about it. This is why the Kenny scene has like 2 fucking fight images and the rest is all like special effects. Still good practice for me. A beginner could benefit from working with these details like this. It could be. It's not bad to learn anatomy. It's not bad to learn like shape and like movement. It's getting late over here, so I'm going to dip. See ya, Demon Blackfire. Appreciate you. Not all efficient for a VM game though. Of course, true. Now go on an hour-long tangent about this guy's apostle affinity and abilities. True. Yeah, but yeah. Point is, long fucking time for fuck all. Do I want to color him in? I don't know if I want to color him in. Maybe I do. Do I want to waste time with that? I don't know how much longer I'm going to be streaming for. If it took me 20... Nah, fuck it. If it took me 20 fucking minutes to draw this shit, we don't have time for coloring. But yeah, actually, I do want to do like a loose idea of how I shade. There's no gaps, so I guess it's good enough. Alright, fine. We'll color him. Just a very brief coloring. We're going to make him... assume he's got like MC type armor on because I don't want to have to draw his dick. Maybe a bit lighter. Right. So we make a clipping mask, which is basically just this button right here. So you make a new layer, which is this button right here. I'll just close it. New layer, clipping mask, and that means everything I draw on will only be drawn on this grey shit. So what I do is, well, really, what I do is I hide a lot of shit through fucking through darkness. So draw over this. Don't need a lot of fucking arm. Don't need a lot of this bullshit. Don't need a lot of that. Darken to show muscle definition. Then something like that. Keep the inseam of the pec on the left side exposed because it implies more definition. Shoulder, color in, darken this shit. Darken the hand. Don't need a whole lot of hand. Darken this. Then like that, like that. Abs. I can hold this side. Nice and quick. Don't want to be taking 1,000 fucking years. No. How muscular do we want him? MC's pretty fucking buff. So I probably should define the abs pretty decently. But then again, fuck the MC. So. Then you go with white to add a bit of contrast to certain areas. Along the shin bone. Basically any area that sticks out. Like if you've got a bulging muscle, you want to add a bit of white to the middle of that. You got a kneecap, you want to add a bit of white to that. You got a shin bone sticking out, you want to add a bit of white. You got abs, to each ab, you add a bit of white on there. And then on the lines, you add fucking darkness. Just to hide a bunch of shit. Darken the fucking crotch area. Darken this shit. Under the pecs, we darken that. This is how we get, this is what we call in the business shading. And it's a pain in the fucking ass. But, especially when you're doing it freehand, I do a little bit more guided type of shading, which I'll get into shortly. But this is what we call freehand shading. This is what I do for monsters, because I don't have no 3D models for fucking monsters. I kind of just gave away what I'm going to do next, but whatever. Like this. Very rough. Alright. So we've got to come with a bit of shading now. We do this on top, and then we go soft light. Just cause. And then you decide the opacity of how much you want it. And then afterwards, what we do, actually maybe I should have made it glow. Right. Then, to further obscure the dog shit that is this character, where the fuck is it? We grab a texture. Might not even need the soft light. Might even need to. Let's get rid of this. Put this back on. Yeah, there we go. Now he's looking like a character. Let's double down. Then we're gonna. Oops. No, I want to do it like this. Soft light. Yeah, we don't want it too dark. Yeah, there we go. And that basically looks like a cunt. I could probably put this in the game if it was like very zoomed away. Like if he was like, this is the kind of thing I would do if like he was, oops, oh shit, I got his whole fucking ripped his skin off, bitch. If he was like this small, I would accept this for the game because you can't fucking see fuck all. It don't matter. I would accept this for the game straight up. But since it's not, it'd be unacceptable. I'd have to do a whole bunch of shit. I'd have to define muscles. I'd have to do proper drawing for like different features, do various other fucking bullshit. Actually make the fingers look right. Maybe I just darken over the fingers because fuck fingers. Yeah. But basically that's a very quick way I do shading. MC committing blackface, it's Zama, alright, cunt? That's why we got the rock there. Having dark armor both helps the cool edgy side of the art, but it seems good at hiding small errors and rough patches. True, this is why I do it. This is why people talk about how dark my game is. It ain't an accident. It's a strategy to like so I can get away with some like sneaky bullshit that I don't want to have to do. Like it's a way for me to be lazy. Is basically it. There's also the intimidation factor of covering yourself in cum to fight someone. True. Background Battle of Diamonds fighter number 2736. True. Well, this reignited my will to make my superhuman spin-off. Thanks, weird. I don't know why, but yeah, fair enough. Go off. The equivalent of Cole fight for this guy would be a Minyak. You mean like it'd be a hard fight for him? Yeah, true. You see, that's the Minyak song I was talking about, oily and stuff. Yeah, kind of. I could make him less oily if I wanted to, but yeah, this is basically a character. So obviously, what I do at the bare minimum is I clean up all the shit on the edge. Sometimes, actually, I say bare minimum. Sometimes I won't even do this. I'll just leave it real like fucking patchy. But yeah. Anyway, this was how I would do fight scenes back in the fucking Kenny days. A lot of effort, not a whole lot of fucking payoff. Just a lot of my time fucking wasted. One of the reasons I like the MC's armor as well is because I made his armor kind of like flaky, so I could like write all this off as like flaky bullshit. That's just part of his shit, you know. Just fix that shape up a bit. Carve. Yeah. Yeah. It's actually not too bad. Not too bad. I could use this. As long as, you know, he's far away. Wouldn't be like that. Yeah, I could do that. That's fine. That'll do fine. Oh man, you're not gonna showcase how you make your modern fights? Of course I'm gonna. This is my old shit. I'm not gonna leave you just with that. This is how I used to do my fights. Yeah, exactly. The rough edges look like energy reaching off his armor. Yeah, exactly. That's why I like my armor. Because put this in the other game as an Easter egg. Maybe I will. We'll leave it like that. Right. So that's one way to do it. That's the old way, the old-fashioned way. Eventually, after I got Clip Studio, don't know when this was, probably not too long after, I would do this. I'll get one of these cunts, grab a pose, let's make it a fight pose, and I don't know which one I want. Why not? Something like that. That just saves me the trouble of doing like that little, you know, that thing I was doing at the start with like the circle, the skeleton, you know, this shit. Just having this guy, it saves me from having to do that. So that's a good 10 minutes right off my schedule or my time frame, whatever you want to call it, my workload. So that this cunt's not particularly buff like I like my MC to be, so we buff him up a bit. I think his legs are a bit bigger, forearms chunkier, bigger bicep. Smaller head, because, you know, cunts with big muscles have small heads for some reason. I don't know why. Just proportionally, I suppose. I don't know. Alright, so now he's a buff cunt. Yep, that was it. Not perfect, but it'll do. And then, this fucking microphone's in my fucking way. Then, we just trace over him. Nice and easy. It's that simple. Add a bit of an elbow there. Maybe a bit of muscle definition, it's fine. Get his neck in there. Yeah. Still not going to draw the toes because there's no reason to. He's wearing shoes, ain't he? Well, why the fuck would I draw toes? Fuck that. Like this. Oh yeah, I almost drew a toe there for a second. Give him boots. You see the lines they put there for you? It's for where you can draw some muscle. Just something like that. So abs. Cunt. His head. Head shape, I don't necessarily always follow, because some of my characters have weird head shapes, but it's a good enough reference. Fists sometimes come off a bit weird, but this is one of the more reliable models, as it's Clip Studio's own custom model, so you can usually trust them to do a pretty decent fist. I've seen a lot of manga artists use this kind of thing the same way I'm currently using it. In fact, that might have been how I first discovered it, maybe? I don't know. But whether I discovered it through them or not, I've seen since quite a few manga artists use this kind of technology. I think the Clip Studio is made by the Japanese, maybe? I don't actually know if that's true. And turn this off. And yeah, that's fucking about 10 minutes of work saved right there. How long did it take me I suppose I did the face for the other one. This one I'll just do the hair. Get rid of his fucking dome. Yeah, I think his legs should be, or his torso should be a bit longer, I think. Don't need to stick to the 3D model perfectly. It has superior anatomy to my human mind, but sometimes superior anatomy isn't always what I want. And we can thinner that way. And yeah, so how long did that take me? That took me like 10 minutes? That's like half the time. Just shaved straight off in one fell swoop. I feel like the head's still too big. If you're buff, you need a small fucking head. If you're a chick, Maybe you can have a slightly larger head, depending on how big your boobs are. But for a dude, and you're buff, you want a tiny fucking head. Yeah, there we go. Mix that in. Yeah, there you go. And that's the fucking, that's it. Almost 7 minutes now. 7 minutes to do what it took me 26 before. If I only had a Michael haircut, then I'd have to draw the face, and I don't want to do that. Shaved off for quite a bit of time, yeah. So this is phase 2 of how I draw fight scenes. Fuck me. Yeah. I would have done this around the Klaus fight time, I think. Yeah. Or maybe around the Danica fight. Probably around the Danica fight. I don't know. I can't remember, to be honest. I can't remember. But yeah, this is when I would have started doing this. Is this for the game? Yes, this is for the game. This is how he used to do his fight stuff. True. Yeah, fuck skeletons. They don't have guts. True. The toes are for higher tier patrons. Yeah. Looks so simple, but I just know I can never do it. You could. It's not. It's not that hard. I'll tell you. It just takes a bit of time. This is basically the backbone of the Curie genre. If they can do it, you can do it for sure. True. Well, 26 minutes to finish the other, 7 to finish the base of this one before shading. True. And I could probably shave. I stopped doing the cross hatching thing from that I did on the last one. At this point, I had stopped doing that. I just did this, and then I did the, what do you call it? I would use soft brush to just go like this. Then I don't know how much time I want. Do I want to shade every single fucking one? I don't actually know. Maybe I do. I don't know. Knees, detail. I probably should do shading because I eventually evolved the way I did shading at some point as well. So we'll just add shading to. I don't want to shade every single fucking finger there. Yeah. A lot of it is gradients, so you make the lower darker than the upper. That's what a gradient is, like a different, like the transition of color, light. I don't know. At least in the art sense. And then I do what I did before. Use a. Actually, I should do the whites. The whites are pretty important. Just like that. Quick bit of light. Nothing super complicated. Bit on the nose. Maybe a bit on the lower jaw. Can't really see, it's too fucking zoomed out. I should zoom in, but I'm too lazy. Like that. Bit for the abs. Alright. Like that. Texture. Got a soft light. And that's mostly fine. Let's blur this a bit. Actually, we'll separate them. One will be multiply, We'll put that at max. One will be glow. The difference between glow and multiply is glow only takes the light colors and multiply only takes the dark. So you can kind of calibrate the light to dark ratio, which is quite handy. Yeah. There you go. So second one, done. This is round 2 of the fucking, what do you call it? Drawing strategies. Actually, the hair looks kind of fucked here. Actually, we won't use that yet. Yeah. Anyway, round 2, and so that's cunt 2. Get rid of him. What's this? No, get rid of this. All right. So this will be probably leading me up to the Klaus fight. After the Klaus fight, we change strategies again. Don't know when exactly, but again. Actually, I think I got this one. We got this cunt. This is when around the time I discovered they had models other than the standard. I already knew, but I just never really looked into it. Just about 12 minutes, a whole 14 minutes. Yeah, and plus I stopped halfway through to chat about it as well. Saved by getting a model. Yeah, true. And this is the son of the Gorgon. It looks like stone because his mother hates him for not having a snake tail. True. So yep, very similar strategy as the first few. This is meant to have like knives and shit, but this will actually be a good shoulder charge. We can adjust the lighting, as you can see, and I think that's a pretty good lighting. Just cut like this. Like that. So it took me to do the skeleton from 26 minutes to 7 minutes. Now I'm going to show you how fast I can draw the skeleton for this character. I'm done. This is the skeleton. This is it. We're finished. That's the end. This is strategy number 3. Now we're just straight onto the shading. There's nothing. There's nothing more to do about it. We don't like the pure fucking 3D model look, so we try and make it a little bit better. But in terms of like the skeleton, that's it. This is the ultimate lazy motherfucker method of drawing shit. We typically, actually, before I do the shading, I usually do something else, but we'll get into that. We'll get into that in time. Since I've already started, I don't want to. So, like, sometimes I'll look up like different anatomy I see in different manga and to like change up the muscle structure, because all this muscle structure is probably the most anatomically correct. It's not always the most interesting, and so sometimes I'll add like some cool musculature. Sometimes I see it from like different like pieces of media. Sometimes I see it from like anatomy. I say anatomy books, but it's not really books. It's like anatomy I find on Google Images. So this very rough. Don't really matter too much. Don't need the eyes. MC never has eyes. Like if this is his level 2 armor, I wouldn't even need hair. Not really, because level 2 armor MC was basically bald. Oh, got a fly over there. I don't know if you guys heard that zap. It's my fucking fly killer. Add a bit of texture with this one. This brush. It's not really a shading brush, but it adds like a nice texture to some of the images that I like. So we use this sometimes. Just spread it around. We don't need. Like I usually add too much black at first, and I don't mind that because I like to hide shit. But then I go over with this one and I kind of like clear some of it away with the highlights. Sometimes a thing that I learned from Jazza is when you go around like the edge of it, like especially if light's coming from behind, you just draw like a line here. Like there's still a black line indicating the edge of the image, but then you do a line for like where show that the light is coming from behind. And I do this sometimes if I'm feeling like I actually give a fuck. For an image I don't give a fuck about, I won't do it. But if an image I do give a fuck about, then we'll get this nice line. Usually it's coming from the left side, so it's mainly going to be focused on the left and from above, not too much from below. So draw this like this. Fuck. Under here, and then actually should be from above. So get a bit of shading like that. Blending brush, blend some of this shit in. Clear it away. Alright. Then what we do after that, we lower opacity just a bit. Then depending on the color I want, if I want them to be human skinned, add them a sort of like pinkish or a orange. Usually I'll go first multiply and then an overlay, and that usually gets us a decent skin color. So this just kind of looks, I mean, he still looks kind of 3D. I haven't done that much because, you know, I'm not going to spend all fucking day on doing this shit. But he looks like somewhere like a mix between 2D and 3D at the moment. We could blur the shading a bit, make it a bit like that. We could darken it or lighten it. If I wanted to separate the shadows, I'd do like I said before. We go the dark here, then we'll go the light here. And we calibrate it however we want. Like that. Something like that. I don't know. Something like that. And that's it. We've got a naked cunt. Or if we don't want a naked cunt, we make him just a standard. I don't know how dark I want him. It depends. Let's get the rock. See how it looks like with the rock. Right. Use this. Then let's multiply them. Do it like that. And we add them on top. And then we can do various things. Like this. Overlay. Something like that. Depends on how strong I want the rock texture. And yeah, anyway, that's it. So, fuse that. Oh, sorry, we'll get to that later. So yeah, an improvement of quality and speed. My third strategy that I'm still very much using in various ways. Good for any character. Works for Alice as well. We've got an Alice character around here. I'm not going to show it because it actually shows the nipples. But this character is good for Alice because it's muscular and more slender female for other female characters. Works for them. Works for Michael. Works for the MC. Works for everyone. It's just a really fucking very simple, straightforward tool that sped me up a massive amount. This would have been around the Valorant fight actually. I would have started doing like this. This would have been the Valravn fight. Yeah, and I was doing that. I was doing that all fucking day. 8 minutes and 20 seconds for the last one. Nice. Yeah, not bad. And for Valravn himself, where is it? I got it out. Here it is. One of the reasons Valravn himself I could do like some cooler poses is because he has this helmet. This is Valravn's helmet, in case you're wondering. And I could just do like cool ass fucking poses where having him like that, whatever the fuck I want to have him side. Because the head is usually the hardest part to get right in the angle. Because even if I can do the body for this, for the MC it's not too bad because the MC's got like a face mask, so it doesn't really matter. His face is always very obscured. But for Michael, I'd have to draw Michael's face at this angle. And that's a pain in the fucking ass. For Alice, I'd have to do the same. It's a pain in the fucking ass getting his face at that angle. A lot of time I like to cover Alice with hair, and that helps. But for Valravn, that wasn't an issue because I had this baby. Then after that, I would just add textures to him to like get it right, So say I want him like that. Get him for one. Get him in his traditional black look. Add some overlays till I get the right. That looks about right. And then I'd add. I don't know if I've got his texture here. Oh yeah, I must do. I don't have the unique pattern. Like Valravn's armor is patterned with like a cathedral, an image of a cathedral I found on Unsplash. That's the texture I use for him, and it like kind of keeps the windows and shit. But you finagle it and like change the coloring and shit, and then it becomes a working texture for Valravn. That's how I do it. But in terms of the metal, I do have the metal texture, and it works just fine. So just do it like that. Like that. Darker. Actually, this. That's how dark you want it. Yeah, and there you have like a Valravn thing. If you want particular highlights, they're easy enough to create. You put a glow dodge on the overlay. What the fuck? My fucking pen's out of battery. Fuck, I need to replace this shit. We're going to leave the pen to charge a bit. I'm going to use my mouse for a little bit. Useless piece of shit. Alright. Still works the same. Add a glow dodge. Add a nice little rim to the helmet there. Maybe a bit like that. The good thing about glow dodge is like it adds the light on top, but it doesn't get rid of like the detailed texture beneath. So very useful. You can calibrate how strong you want it. Yeah, and that's basically a Valravn head pose. Nice and easy. Now it's been decapitated. Roughly kind of insane. Yeah, it shortens my shit. Having Valravn with a cathedral texture is cool while also being thematically, considering he's basically the Pope of Darkness. True. I do find the irony behind that quite entertaining. And yeah, I don't know if I can actually find it. Cathedral. This is kind of it. It's not exactly it, but it's kind of it. I'll show you. Yeah, I can show you guys. Well, actually, this one might work even better. All right, we'll try. Grab this. No, why it's taking so long to load. Right. It was something like this. Not exactly, but something like this. And so what we do is we get rid of the color because it's black, not whatever that is, brown, tan, whatever you want to call that. Was it dark? We add some overlays, or maybe some multipliers. Multiply it a bit, make it darker, but not too dark, otherwise it fucks the texture. But yeah. Oh yeah, it does look pretty good. Something like that. Maybe a soft light instead. Maybe we reduce the metal. No, maybe reduce this, and reduce the soft light. And then, actually, I could replace one of them with this. Then we, actually, how small do I want to make it? That's a bit too small. No, I liked it better before. Then you liquefy it so that kind of fits the helmet shape. Well, look at the neck part here. That neck part looks pretty good. And yeah, that's decent. That's decent. Not bad. It's not the same one I actually use, but good enough. So weird, awesome how a photo of a cathedral can become this. Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly the the same thing, but yeah, just you play around with it a bit and you liquefy it a bit. You just until you get it right. And sometimes I care more about some images than others. But yeah, the beauty of textures. It's often said that lazy people come up with very inventive ways to make stuff. I've heard that as well, and I try to do the same because I'm a very lazy motherfucker. Anyway, so there's a there's a Valravn head for you. And yeah. Alright. So what have we got so far? We got these cunts. Actually, we can get rid of that. Yeah. Pretty good. Pretty good. Alright. Now, this is, I suppose, a later technique. I kind of do it inconsistently, but I do it pretty often. I probably developed this around the time I developed Valravn as well. I probably do it the same thing. So, all this, we don't discard the steps we've learned so far. We continue them on, but we advance on them and make them even better. So, like before, we grab this cunt. Actually, it doesn't even need to be this cunt. It doesn't really matter. Let's find, that's pretty cool, slash type pose. And then it's got no knife, so we'll give him a knife. Actually, I think I've already got one out. No, that's a crossbow. Oh, I was going to show you this. This is Jared's crossbow, by the way, if you're wondering where that came from. I'm not going to draw Jared, so we'll get rid of that. Who's this? Helmet, we'll be using that. There we go, there's a knife. I started doing this probably around Valravn's time, but I didn't really start doing it like properly until around the Daryl arc conclusion. That's when I really started doing this shit. Actually, do I want him facing forward or do I want him facing like this? We'll make him like this. And I don't know if I want him like, maybe I want him like flying rather than on the ground. Because the MC, you know, MC does fly a lot. Well, sometimes, depending on the situation. Get the pose right. Very important. Start with a good pose, end with a good fucking thing. That's the lesson. That's the motto. Don't need a shadow because he's fucking flying. And there we go. Pretty cool. keeping his knife. Don't really matter. That'll do. Normally he has a knife in both hands, but sometimes he has just one knife, just for whatever reason. I say knife, sword, blade, whatever you want to call it. Fuse that in. Alright, so, cool pose. That's the skeleton done. Don't know how long it took me. 30 seconds, I don't know. And yeah, so we've got the pose. We're happy with the pose. Do I want the pose bigger? I don't know if I want the pose bigger. Maybe I want them like this. That's fine. Yep, like that. Now, we have a cunt. And his name is DMC. So, pre-drawn, because I usually draw a character before I put a character in the scene, obviously. So what I do, I grab the character, I paste it in the scene drawing file, which is this illustration. So we've got a cunt here. We've got the MC heavy armor. We've drawn him before. Do we want to draw him again? We don't want to draw him again, because it's a pain in the fucking ass. We don't want to draw him at a bunch of different angles either, because that's also a pain in the fucking ass. Especially if you're doing it for every fucking scene you're trying to do. We can't just color over him and put the texture, because he's not a fucking... He's not a fucking skin tight bitch like he is in his light armor. This is why I use light armor more often, by the way. But sometimes we like the cool fucking heavy armor, because the heavy armor looks fucking cool, and because it has utility. It like blocks shit. It does shit. So sometimes we want the cool fucking heavy armor. How do we do it? The answer is we liquefy, as with all things. So copy this cunt, and we put him over here. Where's my pen? Ah, I forgot the pen's out of batteries. Do you reckon it's charged by now? It's probably not charged by now. Fuck me. Right. We'll try it. Hopefully it's got enough charge to do this at least. Oh god, it's not going on both fucking things again, is it? No, it's not. It's fine. Alright, so what we do, we chop this bitch up. Hair gone. Chop them up. Get rid of that cunt. Don't need that. Faceplate. Not including eyes. Gone. Don't need that. Eyes. Also gone. Because fuck your eyes. Then this bitch up here, we cut him in half. Alright. So, this side's slightly bigger. So we're going to use it on this side because this side is slightly bigger. The nose part, the top of the helmet, ends at about where the nose is. So this bitch, gone right here. Right where the nose is. Slice this cunt off. We don't need him. Not for now anyway. Then we just pull it back. Just pretend that that's how it always was. Make a second one. Like that. Just pretend that it's like there. Like here. All this pointy bitch stuff. We just liquefy that. It's all just part of the helmet, right? We don't want to draw more pointy bits, so we do something like this, put it underneath it so it doesn't like appear all fucked up. And then we don't want that seam there, do we? Nope. So it disappears. Get rid of that seam. That's half a fucking helmet right there. The dark side, the shadow side, don't need as much work because it's all shadow. You can barely see any of the fucking details. So we just liquefy that straight up. Just put that like that. Now this is still more work than the light armor. Because light armor, you just put a texture over a cunt and then you're done. But compared to drawing the heavy armor in all those different fucking poses, forget about it. I can forget about it. Try and make it roughly symmetrical, even though his face isn't really symmetrical. Ugh. Let's charge our pen while we're doing the mouse shit. Oops. Get something. Doesn't have to be perfect symmetrical. I don't even know if the helmet is symmetrical when on the front facing. It probably is. I like most things to be symmetrical, just 'cause it's easier for me. but still. There we go. We got this cunt's the top of his fucking head sorted. Yeah, it's kind of going off a bit too far like that. Something like that. Like that. Like that. Yeah, that's about right. Then, what's the next piece? Bit of side head armor. We'll put that underneath. You hold shift to get it to, like, if you just want to, like, bring bigger small, you just click and drag it normally. You hold control and alt, and it comes up this little white arrow, and you can change, like, the perspective. So we do some shit like this. Something like that. Something like this. Then we got the fucking eyes, which goes underneath all of them. Eyes are here. There's a pen. Oops. I don't know if I fully dove into this straight into the Daryl fight. This might have taken me a longer while to start doing. I don't know. I can't remember. I started doing it around like this, but because this is how I drew Valravn. Like Valravn, like is much like this heavy armor. Is actually I kind of skipped a few steps. Fuck, I should have showed you my earlier style. Fuck. But yeah, Valravn is like this in that I can't just, other than the helmet, I can't just draw him at whatever fucking angle I want. Well, I can, but it's going to take time, and I don't fucking have time. Fucking do I? Is that right? Actually, no. Eye should be a bit lower. About there. And this eye should be about here. Then we just draw the rest in. Draw the rest in. Then, what's next? Face mask. Underneath. Shadow side, away. Actually, we're going to chop this shit in half as well. First one. Yeah, this is definitely skipping a few steps of how I came up to this. Because normally I wouldn't do like a dynamic angle like this for the heavy armor. This is something I wouldn't ordinarily try. Well, I might, depending on what I wanted, but probably not. Probably I'd be disinclined to do it because I perceived it as a very time-consuming thing to do, and I'm not wrong, but I forgot where I was going with that. There we go. That's basically the fucking helmet done. Now it's just the hair. Alright. Make it more voluminous. Go down over here. There we go, like here. Alright. It's a bit big for the body. So we shrink it a bit. There's the head. That's the head done. Now, for the arm. Fuck, I forgot I cut it into pieces. Shit. Probably for the best, really. Actually, this is good blade. Copy that. Shoulder piece already cut up. Nice. Somewhere there. Bicep next. Then fucking the fucking sword. This is a. I'll probably be using this image next update because this is basically how I do it now. This is basically, well, kind of, not entirely, but kind of how I do it now. And I could make it whatever size I need. Slightly bigger, slightly smaller, whatever. What's that saying? That's fine. Then we want it on the other side. It's basically the same thing. So in a way, Tom, I don't know if you're still here, Tom, this could be kind of a preview for next update fight scene, because this could very well show up. I don't know if it will, but it could. That there. All right. What is this? No, that's the bigger version. Get that out of there. All right. Torso. Grab this bitch. Like the other one. We slice off. Slice off the lower plate. Cut in half. Cut the top in half. Basically cutting them into quarters. Then you just put them where you want to put them. Adjusting the perspective as needed. Like that. Alright, alright. This. Alright. Fuck. Actually, I should do it a bit bigger. Right. Then look fire this in. It's a bit wide. Ooh. But we can fix that. Manage that. Alright. This. Then lastly, just the legs. Where the fuck is... Yeah, that'll do. Cut it up. Slice at the knees. Probably need to slice the foot as well. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's underneath. It don't need to be perfect. Just serviceable. Because no one ain't looking that closely. Okay. There's that one. Cover that. Darkness. Fuse the legs. Don't really need to see too much detail from that. Then last one. Before the image is complete, we just chuck this bitch right about here. Right about there. And we move them into place. I don't know if I want to mirror it exactly. Maybe I do. Color over it. Sometimes too much detail gives it away. And there we go. We got ourselves a cunt. If I lose too much details, I'll draw over them to like get rid of the blur and obscure some things in darkness. But overall, you can get rid of the seams that you can see where I slice and I dice. And if I don't like, I can, for example, if I wanted the legs to be more further back, I could make it smaller and make it like this. If I didn't like the 3D model, and there you go. That's forgot the tails though. Yeah, I suppose I could do the tails. The tails are fairly easy because they don't really need to be posed. The tails can just go wild somewhere. Like I should be charging my pen well. Tails. If he's flying, I should probably do a wing as well, but I can't be fucked. You can just assume he's jumping or something. I don't know. The jumping slice. And last one. This one could be smaller. Oh shit. Something like that. I don't know. Sometimes I like the image better without tails, and so I don't know, I usually put them in anyway, but I've been thinking about just having, the DMC doesn't need his tails going all the time. But in some cases, we leave the tails in. And who knows, maybe this is one of the cases. I don't know. Maybe I should put them all like going from this way, because it's kind of flying from that direction. It's also why I don't always put wings. So I feel like sometimes wings like messes with the pose. In lore, you can just imagine maybe it costs more energy to have them out or something. I don't know. Yeah, there you go. And
there's a slice. So yeah, takes longer, obviously, than just fucking, what was the other one I did? Than this light armor. This is why I prefer drawing light armor, because just in terms of like efficiency, it's better for me. It's also like in-law uses. Light armor is faster, more versatile, can change, shapeshift easier. There's in-law reasons. But sometimes I also really like the heavy armor design, and so I'll do something like this, which takes more time, but looks cool, so it's worth it. Yeah. Tails don't actually come out of his spine. They're part of his special butt plug. True. MC's looking at us like it's our fault he's not level 4 yet. True, it is your fault. 8 tails, 8 copy pastes. True. MC getting cut up so much you think he's fighting Valravan again. True. Frankenstein monster is kind of looking like a Super Saiyan. Maybe. Forgot the tails though. Shoved the tails up his ass. We're not in use. The tails are canonically stored in the butt plug. Or the butt, the base of the spine. They don't shrink either. They're stuffed in. True. Oh, Dragon already made the joke. Oh yeah, Dragon Void. Shopkeep gonna make it if he had MC wearing promotional shit for his shop. Oh yeah, I didn't even think about that. Not adding tails isn't laziness, it's just MC making the enemies underestimate him. True. In law. Woo, I made it. Faultist, welcome. Faultist. In every plane of the MC, of existence, the MC is getting cut, so remember to print an image of him to mail snowflakes. I don't know what that means. But yes, to the pussies out there, at least you're not getting sliced up like the MC is getting sliced up. Put on some superhuman music. I probably should have. Well, just because you said it, I'll start looking at the MC's feet in heavy armor every time they come up now. True. Bang and drawn, my man. Yeah, true. Just slicing shit up. That's what I call fucking drawn. That's what I call fucking drawn. Everyone knows the tails are overgrown, but hairs. Fake fans all around. True. Hero gonna make MC wear sponsors on his armor. Woodworld, you're going to use decoy protagonist in Superhuman 2, aren't you? Decoy protagonist, what does that mean? But yes, basically, I skipped a couple of steps. Normally, I did start doing this, but I didn't start doing this till, I don't know, sometime in the Monster World. Or later. What I do with Valravan is, I draw a side version of Valravan, and I draw a front version of Valravan, and that I basically just reuse that in various different poses. So I can give a quick example. For the heavy armor, his blade. I kind of skipped a step in my art journey. So let's just copy and paste this. Control V. Fuck. Copy. Yeah, there we go. I don't know what the fuck happened there. But yeah, I basically just, I wouldn't do unique angles like that. What I would do is I'd just do variations of the same angle. So front would come up like this. Body would be close behind. I did start using this perspective shit. Probably should have done this first. Legs, forget legs. Fuck legs. No one cares about legs. Legs will stay about there, which I may make torso even bigger. Then perspective, make this slightly downcast. Slightly. Like that. Then, oops. Bit too big. Have
Something like this. Like that. No, that's fine. Like this. Oops. Fucking fly. Even bigger. You've probably seen an image like this in the game. It's probably happened before. I don't know if legs need. Wait, why is. Oh, I forgot legs are part of the tail. Like that. Tails going wild behind him. We'd have. That's fine as is. Then we'd have a background. What do we want? Desert. Mountain. Try this cut here. Like that. Like that. We don't like the orange color, so we're going to make it a bluish. I don't know. Kind of like this. Actually like that. It's fucking loading. Get that shit out there. We want it. It's smoky. Just so we can see the MC's outline a bit. Now I do a blur. Radial blur is good because it looks like kind of zooming with speed. So I'll do something like this. And we'll put some smoke in front of him as well. Then we want the smoke blurred because he's cutting out the smoke. We want the MC blurred because he's going super fast. But we erase around the face because we want some details not quite so blurred. His arms are the ones mainly moving, so that's where that comes from. We add a little bit in front, a little bit behind, lower the opacity of both. And then we want speed. Speed like this. Like that. Then make it slightly purple. Get my pen. White. Bit of a curve. Add speed blur to the speed lines. Not too much. Arms are a bit high. Yeah, and that's kind of a rough version of what I would do. Basically, I'd have certain angles of a character, and then I'd just use those same angles of that character over and over again to do various different types of like attack scenes, animations. I don't know, attack things. Yeah. So it kind of looks like this way. He's slicing out the camera, and that's like through, I'd say, about 80% of my game. This is what I would do. I do either a side, a 3/4, or a front attack, and that would be my implied way the characters are attacking each other. And when combined with like the special effects, like the just the plain CGs of just like a flash of light or a burst of flame or some shit like that. When used in conjunction with that, it works pretty well. Like a lot of it you can leave to the imagination. But eventually, I started to want to do slightly more involved things, like with this kind of shit, more, I suppose, unique angles and types of scenes, or whatever you want to call it, just more unique shit. And yeah, so yeah, this would be below this one in order. So in order of how my progression, it'd be first this completely hand drawn, all natural, whatever you want to call it. Then this tracing over a 3D model, pretty effective. Just outright using a 3D model, just like drawing over it, on top of it. Yep. Valravan's version, also drawing over a 3D model. True. This is just a 3D model. Then using a lot of the same angles and just posing like sliced up pieces in a different attack. Like this guy's head could probably go even lower. Yeah, probably something like that. Then we go behind to get the fucking hair flowing. We just color over it. Oops. There's it. I'll just draw. Some nice flowing locks. Yeah. Yeah. Then a shadow underneath. Yeah, and then lastly, this would be, I suppose, my second to last method of drawing, in which I'd slice up the pieces of what I've already drawn and then just like put it into place. So it looks like it's at a new angle when really it's just the same fucking image. This would be my second last method. And there's only one left after this, actually. Are these models built into Clip Studio? Yeah, but you have to they don't all come by default. You have to like look them up, download. All these ones are the free ones. But yeah, you can just go look through the material store and download it. Although there are free versions out there. True. Okay, sweet. Thank you. Yeah. Might try Clip Studio tonight, do some basic tutorials, etc. I love to design gods, monsters, and characters for my friend's world and mine. Yeah, man, give it a try. It's good fun. MC isn't blurry because he's going fast. He's blurry because the players need glasses and isn't wearing them. True. Does this make MC beyond fiction, or are we just blind? I don't know. I don't know what that means. He has broken the fourth wall on multiple occasions. He has done. MC has destroyed walls before. Also true. This looks straight out of the Cole fight or a Monster World fight. True. This is true. This is true. Where did I? I posted some fan art in the stream discussion channel. I ain't begging, but if you took a look, I'd be really happy. Yeah, I'll take a look. I finally got to see you stream, man. Been with the game since its initial release. Jesus. Also, you're going to release it on Steam version? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. When 1.0 comes out. MC vs Indra, when? Tomorrow. That got to be near the ending, and when the game is complete, maybe. Weirwood, the decoy protagonist is set up early as the story's hero, then gets killed off or pushed aside so the real main character can take over. Yeah, maybe. Maybe Alice is the real the real deal, and MC is just just filling in until she can take the reins. So Weirwood, how often then do you have to draw a piece of art from scratch, like an entire scene or character doing something more detailed? It depends. Usually, well, quite recently actually, I've been drawing like when I draw the character's initial stages. Like who's the last one I drew? Well, yeah, the gods, like the gods. Like all that is drawn from. Well, actually, no. The authority has a 3D model behind it. Memory kind of has a 3D model behind it. Body and power were just drawn like by hand. Just what do you call it? The like this kind here, just with like a lot more time and effort. Mostly because they don't really have 3D models that can be used for it. A lot of monsters I have to draw from scratch because like they don't have 3D models that could be properly used. So for designing characters, obviously you have to draw from scratch. In terms of like actual scenes, not too often. Like some of you may like. There's a couple of things. Some of you may remember in the Cole fight, where the Cole is remembering Ella and the other kids, and reminiscing about the sad old days, and then he's kind of like looking up in the stars like this. Something like that has to be drawn from scratch because I didn't have Cole at that angle before, and doing so is kind of a little bit weird. It kind of looks. You probably see it like a decent amount in the game where the design of the character looks a little bit strange to how it usually is. Usually the reason why that happens is because I've drawn them from scratch. Because doing it like this basically always guarantees I'm going to get like this, like it's going to feel the same. It's always going to like feel like a very consistent type of character when I draw them like this, because it's just the other character from before pieced up and like placed in the right section. So it's always going to feel very consistent to the original design. Drawing it from scratch can and often does drift away from the original design, so it looks a little bit strange. I've been working on it, but it's even at my current art level, drawing
drawing a new character from scratch is, even if it turns out good, and to be fair, that Cole scene I just talked about, I think that turned out all right. He looked pretty good, but he looked different, and that's something I'm struggling with trying to come to terms with. I think I'm better now. I'm getting better, but not. I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. Yeah. So to answer your question, I don't know. Every now and then, most of what I do is drawing on top of something I've already drawn, or drawing on top of a 3D model. Almost everything I do is drawing on. I'd say 70% of what I do is drawing on top of a 3D model, and then another 20% is drawing on top of something I've already drawn. Like even for this, normally I wouldn't just leave it like this. I would draw over it as well to fix. Like the chest looks a little bit fucked up, and the legs could use a bit of like extra work. The arms. So a lot of it is that, and then I don't know what percentage I'm on. Then the last 5-10% is drawing new shit entirely. So I think that's around the ratio. I'm not gonna like swear by that in stone, but it's around there. It's around there. Probably every time the MC evolves, true. I mean, very true. Every time the MC gets a new form, like all the different animal forms, I have to draw those because you can't. There's no 3D models for, at least I don't think so, for the various animals he takes. There's no 3D model for an eagle. Although for the wings, now that I've brought that up, what is this? Oh, the gun. I was going to talk about the gun. Yeah, this is Daryl's gun. You've probably seen it 1,000 times before. This is how I draw Daryl's gun. I'm not going to draw over it because I can't be fucked, but there it is. This is how I have Daryl aim his gun at various different directions. There's that. Helmet. This is just another version of Val's helmet if I ever wanted to use it. Don't really need it. Axe. For back when the MC fought Cole, he had 2 axes. I used these, drew over these. What is this? Hamburger. There was a time very early in the game where the MC and Daryl are eating burgers. This is the burger that they ate. So there you go for that. Wings. Here we go. This is bitch. This is how we do wings, kind of. Posable wings. Very handy. Very useful. I do various versions of this. It was especially good when I was doing the eagle, but sometimes it clips like that, but it doesn't really matter because I draw over it anyway. I add textures and shit anyway. But yeah, so wings at any angle or pose that you want, really. Behind, above, whatever you want. You just pose it like that. So there's wings. I'm not going to do it because I can't be fucked. What's this? Boots. If I ever wanted to do like the boots, like say in this one I actually cared about the feet, I could use these boots to like map it on and then like just draw over it if I wanted to. And yeah, that's all I really got there. Burger MC form went. Maybe soon, mate. Maybe soon. Look at the Cole image. Maybe I just don't have an eye for it, but it doesn't look too bad. It's mainly just his face, but it looks fine. It looks fine. Like I'm not saying it's bad. It's just I think it looks different to his initial design. It looks like it could belong to another character if the hair was a different color. The famous Bully Burger, true. A little less smooth, maybe, like high quality fan art or something. Yeah, something like that. But that's something you typically don't want. Bring the burger back next update. It's the most important character in the game. True. Yeah, I remember that. The charred patty. True. Bro's cooking. Can't wait for the update. So would you say that your individual drawing skill from scratch is better than it was, say, 3 years ago? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like even drawing infrequently from scratch, like without a 3D models, I think even just like drawing over things, it just improves it over time. Like and also because I still do draw the monsters from scratch and stuff, so I do get some practice in that sense. To different animals, to different monsters, etc. So I get some practice, but even drawing over 3D models, I think increases my
like ability for anatomy. For example, this, like, it's kind of shit, but back when I first started Superhuman, the anatomy wouldn't have been as good for this. Like, this is probably a pretty good ratio of limb length to head size to muscle size to legs. I would have been able to do it, but it would have taken me a lot more time, and I'd have to research beforehand. I would have need references and stuff. I wouldn't be able to do that from scratch. But since I've spent a lot of time, like, I guess, looking at various different anatomy and, like, drawing it and drawing over it and stuff, it has improved. But I fall back to what I said, and I've said it a few times, but, like, taking shortcuts like this has made me a worse artist. I'd be a better artist if I drew everything from scratch, like a traditional manga artist does. Like, if I was not taking shortcuts like this. That said, I like shortcuts because I can also improve on the shortcuts and get faster and faster with those. So yeah, that's how I think about that. So yes, it does degrade my ability to draw. It does make it worse, but it's worth it, I think, for the time saved. Because otherwise, can you imagine if I was drawing like this? How long did I take to do this again? It was like something 26 minutes, and that was without the shading, just to get the skeleton. 26 minutes just to get this, like, the general outline of this cunt. And then opposed to this, which took me 7 minutes, and this, which took me 30 seconds, just to pose it. So just the amount of time saved, it's just too good. It's too sweet. I can't give it up. I'm addicted. The drugs, it's like a drug. I can't I can't surrender it. I need the speed. I don't think I'd have the patience. Well, I probably would, and I'd probably enjoy it, but I don't think the community would have the patience. Well, then maybe they would as well. I don't know. I'm still not going to do it though, because I just like it. I just like being fast. I just prefer it. I like getting my shit out, like, in a decent amount of time. I don't want to be spending like this last update has taken me not quite. I was going to say almost a year, but I think it's something like 8 or 9 months. This last update. And if I was doing this kind of shit, still, every update would take me that long, and it wouldn't be for like a increase in size, like this update is getting. It'll be just because it's how long it takes me. It's how long it takes to draw. It takes a while to draw shit, man. Plus, I've got to do the writing and the coding and all that bullshit. It's too much time. I wouldn't want to delay the story by that much. Yeah. So, I don't know if that answers your question or not. Weird question. One that would lack a demonstration. How do you practice drawing, coloring, and shading nudity? Well, you look at references for one. Like, I haven't really done it here, but the key to good art really is references. Like, doing this without a reference, I'm kind of surprised it looked as anatomically correct as it does, to be honest. With references, I could do this much better. Even freehand without the 3D models. I could probably do it faster too, because you got a reference to, you just look at, you just try to see what they're doing, try and do that, maybe do it a little bit different angle. So for one, get a fuckload of porn, like lots of naked chicks, look at their tits a lot, and just like try and draw them out, draw their tits out. So that's one way to do it. Another way is just to go watch YouTube tutorials. They're, generally speaking, quite helpful. There is a few, like I'd look up Mikey Mega Mega. There's a YouTube channel called that, Mikey Mega Mega, and he draws great boobs. Like, he doesn't do the nipples because he's on YouTube, but like, he'll give you the, like, how to draw the general boob shape, and he's great. He's fantastic. I learned probably most of what I know about boobs. I learned from that cunt. He's also quite funny. So that the entertainment value is also quite nice. But yeah, so if you want to learn how to draw the boobs, I would suggest looking up his channel, learning from him. And other than that, just getting a bunch of references, a lot of porn, and just start drawing tits and pussy and ass and whatever you're trying to draw. Just get a lot of references. That's how you do it. 26 minutes, I think. We would have the patience, but we'd start eating each other. F95 and Discord would have each other in ruins before the updates. Yeah, maybe. But luckily, we don't need to, because I can do the various methods I've come up with. How do you spell his name? Mikey, and then Mega, just the word Mega and Mega again.
2 megas. You'll find it. It's not. I think he's got like 1 million subscribers or something. I don't know. He's pretty well known. I don't know when the last time he uploaded was though. I haven't watched him in a while. But in terms of boobs, he's premium in boob drawing tutorials. Found him? Yeah. Take a look at this shit. When you stare at tits all day, it makes you a great artist. But when I do it, I'm a pervert, and I need to leave college immediately. Shake my head. True. Back in college, I did what do you call it? The nude art drawing thing. You know, where a naked model comes in, and you have to draw the person. Luckily, I got a woman, which was quite fit. She's quite nice. So that was nice. I got to like stare at real tits for an hour and a half, however long it was. Good times. And that was part of the course. They didn't even get to call me a pervert for that one. Alice would love burger MC. True. She'd eat the fuck out of me. Good stuff. I remember that burger shit was atrocious. The patty was totally burnt, like it was actually pitch black. How is the food at the #1 college on the planet that bad, Lamel? It's just a shitty cafe, mate. Just a shitty cafe. It's a large campus. There's a lot of shit restaurants. There's a lot of really good ones. You know, you just picked one of the shit ones. Sad to say. It's tough. Fenrir was complete from scratch. Yes. Fenrir, what a great one. Actually, the antlers I think might have been based on actual antlers, like a photo, like a royalty-free photos. And then the fur has like fur textures. It depends what you mean by scratch. Like if you mean like drawing the outline is from scratch. But in terms of like the content inside, the fur is a fur texture. I probably got it here actually. I've got a few actually. I've got fur brushes, I've got fur textures, I've got fur everything. I've got one of these. Got one of these. I don't think I used them too strongly for Fenrir. So we got these, and then we got the fur brush as well. We got soft fur, like that. You draw like fur. Fenrir is kind of weird because it's like a mixture of fur and feathers. So I kind of like do it like this. Then, yeah, the white at the center. Like that. And then there's also this fur for like general. Wait, it's white. there's this fur for like general fur texture. It's not too good for drawing. I mean, you can do it. But it's not as good as the other one. And you just go over it with white. This is kind of like a side angle. I'd have to like draw it like side like this. But yeah, Fenrir is mostly fur. In terms of difficulty, he was quite difficult to draw. Was it he or she? The version that appears in the game, I think, is a she. I think. But yeah, that's how we do that. Plus, wood for the antlers. I've got wood textures here as well. What else we got? Where the fuck is it? Oh, here it is. Like this. Then, for a bit more raggedy, we got this bad boy. I use this for armor as well sometimes, even though it's wood, it doesn't really make sense, but I still use it for armor because like the cracks look really cool. And then I don't use this one very often. But we also got this. Can't remember where I got each one from. Probably from either Pixabay, Pexabay, or Unplush. But yeah. I imagine some of these made it onto Fenrir. I can't remember which one. But yeah. Holy fuck, we are so back. I'm back. I'm sorry for asking this late, but when you put music in the background, do you write the story first, then input some music, or do you listen to some music and then idea comes from the story cam? Music is almost always after. As I said, it's not like a. I do sometimes get ideas from music, but it's usually not my music. It's usually just like stuff I hear on the radio or on Spotify and stuff like that. And they do kind of inspire me sometimes if it's like heavy, like a really good music. And sometimes I do get inspiration from music, but I don't usually like base a scene around a specific song. Man, who gives a shit about Antlers Lamau? The art itself is crazy. Uh, Fenrir is a pretty good design. I'm quite happy with Fenrir. I got the idea off a YouTube video. I can't remember who. Maybe it was on Twitter. I can't remember what it. But there was this like huge like. I don't know if it was a wolf, but it was like kind of like white wolf kind of design. Something like that. It's like kind of similar to Fenrir, but like pure white. Like Fenrir's got a bit of like grey, like there's like patches of fur, and there's like the grey muscle underneath. I can't remember where I got it from though. But yeah, Fenrir is a cool design. The hardest part about Fenrir was the legs. Like I've already talked about how fucking annoying toes are, but for monster toes it's especially annoying because you don't really have a reference for it. And the angles can get quite weird. So the hardest part for Fenrir would have been like the uncovered fur part of his body. Like the fur is probably the easiest by far because you just drawing some shit. Just like a very rough, I just did it a second ago. Just a very flaky type of feather fur type thing. And Liz, royalty free image. The face is very simple in design. It's basically just an oval and two yellow eyes. Like the design of Fenrir's face is it's about as simple as you can get. It's very, very basic. But sometimes very basic is kind of what you want. Like just very menacing, very like dangerous looking. And he's also got quite a small head compared to the rest of his body, so it makes him quite imposing. But that aside, I think, yeah, the legs are the hardest part about Fenrir, and they probably took me the longest time. Same for the dragon as well. Like dragon, the face of the dragon was quite easy. Even the wings, which would normally be a bit harder, but the legs, something about just the toes and the leg musculature is a little bit complicated in a way that I'm not entirely familiar with. Still, the overall result was quite nice, quite satisfied. I'm trying to think of the S-class monsters that got shown last update. She was probably the hardest to draw. But that's because Vortex Face was very easy to draw. Goliath I'd already done. And the Magma Cunt was also pretty easy to draw. Magma Cunt is handy because a lot of his body is like very dark, so I don't have to draw a lot of details. A lot of it is just rock texture, so I don't need to like do too much for him. I suppose except for the patterns in his lava, the lava veins. Jesus. Yeah, so Lava Cunt is pretty easy. Not as easy as Vortex Face though. And Fenrir would be the hardest. None of them are super difficult actually. Now I think about it. Oh shit, I made it in. Mufasa, been a while. It's been so hard to catch these streams lately, lol. Been catching the VODs though. Oh, glad to have you back. Yeah, it's been a while, Mufasas. Welcome back. I like how the Gigante looks too. The Gigante are designed quite some time ago. Around the Daryl arc. I think he's when he first appeared. Gigante actually might be an AI monster. Because back in the Daryl arc is when I first started like messing around with AI. I don't know if I can take proper credit for Gigante. I drew over him, as I drew over everything. But yeah, Gigante might be like an AI cunt. can't remember. Yeah, I don't know. But then the Himavant, no, the Himavant I made it earlier. The Himavant's made of literal mountains, like just images of mountains. I quite like him actually. I should have used him more often. But yeah, I can't remember. I can't remember. A she. When is Mafia Hat coming back? Who knows? Maybe you'll see him next update. Please make Mafia Hat a superhuman. A superhuman, eh? The lightning on it is really the best in the game. The lightning. Lightning on what? Oh, the lighting. Sorry, I thought you meant lighting. Yeah, the lighting on the Fenrir. Yeah, I agree. Pretty good. I didn't really show too much about how I do lighting. I suppose I showed a little bit. I suppose I could do it on this one, I suppose. I don't know if it's worth it. If it's worth the effort. It's not really the best because a lot of it's already dark. Lighting you usually do when it's not that dark, and then you make it dark later. All right, we'll do a bit. How I do lighting is I showed you a bit before of like lines of light around particular areas. So we want this cunt to be kind of a little bit shiny and then slowly fade it out there. Then along the rims of the horns, we want a bit of extra light. Usually along the rims of particular areas is where the light's catching. So even that looks a fair bit different. Add it to the shoulder. Like that. Then along each plate. It's all done with glow dodge. Very useful filter. Then along the edge of the blade. It's already got decent lighting on the blade. Then along the edge here. Usually don't light the bottom because light is coming from above. So we do the top areas. Like sometimes light comes from a specific direction, so it could be coming from like up. I don't know if you can see what I'm doing. Like from up there or from that side. Since this image is the way it is, like the light is already on the right side or his left side of the helmet, light will be coming from around here from where the sword is. So logically that would mean the sword lights up more than the other side. Sometimes I don't really give a fuck about where the light's coming from, I just light randomly. Sometimes I do. It just depends. So we'll just light that up. Then, oh, it's on black. Just for each armor plate to emphasize the gaps between them. And that. Then for this, light is already on this side. Good. Since it's coming from the right. This would be covered by the head. The head would block that light, so just on the edges here. Maybe a bit on the edge here. For this, light would be on... It's hard because I've already made it so dark. We'll make the blade darker. And then add a bit of this to the top. Like that. Start this again. Don't need that.
we'll light this again properly this time. Trace along the edge here, like that. This part, going, since the armor is tinted a little bit yellow, it makes it like that, but we can fix that quite easily. Just add a color on top. All right, this glow dodge still, yeah. So this right side of the plate here will be covering the left side a little bit, so light should come like that, but then this side should be fairly lit up. Actually, we'll fix that later. Oh shit, I'm still on fur. Add a little bit of this. Just a little bit. Just a little bit of grey. Just so the light can catch it a little bit easier. Not too much. Erase some of it around here. Okay. Then this glow dodge, yeah. Just that's the tail. Fuck. I got confused by my own shit. A bit of light here, definitely along the rim of the leg. But also just in general, we want it lit more. Then along that side. Then we probably don't want it max strength, so we would decrease it a little bit. Soft light is quite sensitive. Wait, why is the helmet not? Yeah. Probably less on the leg, I think. The leg's too low. The leg should be less. Around like that. Then it's about there. Then might as well do the background while we're at it. What do we want for the background? I don't know if this will work. It's kind of a weird angle. But it's the image I got up. He's in the sky for some reason, even though he's got no wings. Want to blur here, so assume he's coming from where that X is. So like that. Make it a bit darker. Not that dark. A little bit of smoke. Fucking flies. Like that. Like this. Then want a bit of a trail behind the MC to show that he's moving super fast too. Where's it? Very faint one in front as well. Jesus Christ. Don't like the look of this color. No. No. Maybe green. Yeah. Just lower that. Something like that. Alright, okay, I suppose it doesn't have to be blue. I can make it like sunset kind of thing. It's not bad. Something like that. I don't know. Red. Ooh, red looks alright. Pink. Maybe a Monster World or Dream World or some shit. Purple. Yeah. Green. Yeah. Different variations of green. If we want to make it daytime, I suppose. We'll have to make the shadow lighter. Erase the edges of the shadows. Which variation of yellow do I want? You always want like a color layer on top so that it blends the MC with the background. So it makes like they're part of the same kind of scene. Then to imply that he just cut someone, this is something like a pre-drawn texture that I use. Just turn that to glow because glow gets rid of all black or dark. So you hit something around here, let's say. About there. Chuck a 3D model in. I don't know why there'd be a wolf there. Do I got like some flying monster or something? I don't know. No, I don't got shit. Snake, flying snake. I don't know if I've ever even used this texture before. Why is it bent like that? Fucking stupid snake. Whatever. Probably could have just made it a person. Didn't really need to be a snake. And a bit of blood. Use my blood brushes. darker. Alright. Neither that strong. There you go. So he's killed someone for some reason in the daytime. Maybe I should make it lighter. Maybe keep it dark, but then for the MC, make it something lighter. There you go. I think that suits him about fine. Maybe make the smoke blur a bit. Yeah. And that's a fight scene. You can imagine that as any character you want. But that's what the MC did. He fucked him up. Had to stop myself from screaming. Fenrir S-Class didn't scare me at first. Hidden Sleeper hit that one. Shrugging off being teleported to the sun surface, coming back pissed. Had to stop myself from screaming. Yeah, it's a tough boy. Nico will start sending things into the nearest black hole instead. I don't know if she can. Like, gravity kind of like warps space and geometry and locations. I don't know if she'd be able to target it. Maybe she could. I don't know. She'd have to have been there, though. Also true. Or given specific foreknowledge. Hard to make that work out. But still a fun idea. Maybe. She mentioned seeing black holes, I believe. True. She has been very far out, though, mentioning energy cost decline in growth the farthest she goes out into the solar system or something. True. But I don't know if that applies to things other people she teleports. Or just to her herself. Maybe it does. Who knows? True. But seeing it is different from being able to teleport to the event horizon. True. True, a black hole's curvature of spacetime is probably too extreme for her to mess with. It could mess with her targeting. Even just sending them a light year away will make it someone else's problem, though. Also true. By the way, Woodward, have you heard of Scarlet Hollow? No. When you're done the update, you might want to check it out as a VN. It's made by Black Tabby Games. They did Slated Princess. Ooh, I do like Slated Princess. All right. That sounds like a good suggestion. MC can just jump that high. True, he just jumped from that little mountain in the distance over there. Leon 226, just parry it, bro. True. I wouldn't doubt it or anything, given that our powers ignore the laws of physics at her level, or just in general. I'll leave it there, though. Don't want to power scale us to show up. Well, this art process is so eye-opening. I don't think I've seen anyone else do it like you, man. Yeah, I'm very weird. I take a lot of shortcuts, so it probably is fairly unique as far as like drawing poses go. MC just attack in the air, unprompted, poor air, true. No, flatten that snake with his blades. Hypersonic bitch slap, true. We can all agree, level 4i trash MC would just be infinitely sucked into the event horizons, maybe. For some reason, yeah, I'm sure this isn't important at all. MC killing Indra leaking footage, true. What graphics tablet and pen do you use for drawing? Hawaiian G something. I don't know the full model number, but it's Hawaiian. Huon? I don't know how to fucking say it. As for the pen, I don't know, just whatever came with the fucking tablet. It's running out of batteries though, so I've got to replace it. It lasted a good 5 years though, so I can't complain. But I do need a new pen because it's running out of batteries really fast. I'm very weird, like some sort of weird world? Question mark? True. Of course not. That's dumb, man. Also, maybe true. Dude, why bro? Welcome. Flying snake is too scary. Please don't add a flying snake. I'm begging you. That snake is just what the MC needed to reach level 4. Marvia Hat
should have Mafia powers, sort of like ninja powers, but Mafia then, maybe. Probably Truth instead. I guess we'll see. Scarlet Hollow has the most realistic and reactive characters I've ever seen, yet it's so intuitive. Everyone reacts to what you do. That does sound cool. I did like the voices back in Slater Princess. I thought they were all extremely entertaining. But yeah, so this is primarily how I draw fight scenes. Exactly the process I just showed you. There is one last final step. One last thing I'll show you as the final stage of what I do. That I kind of, I don't know, we'll just give it a shot. This is how I'm doing my current fights in the game. So, like always, we pull out our cunt. Doesn't really have to be this guy, but you know, we use them before, we use them again. For a pose, what I would do is I would have a look at a cool manga and find a cool fucking pose. I wouldn't necessarily like do the same thing. I'll do a different angle or something, but that's what I would do. I guess this pose is fine. A little bit weird, but I guess the idea is the blade is raised like super high above his head. I don't know if I like the way his head's posed here though. I assume what he's going to do is slash down. Oops. Going to slash in like an arc down there. That's fine. We could use this. If I want it straight on, back on, side on is probably the best. This was just the MC's kneeing Cole in the face pose. True. Final stage of what I do. We're about to see Wilder's 5th evolution. Final so far. I mean, there might be a more efficient way I do this in the end, but this is what I've done so far. And it took me, in a way, I wish I did it earlier, but it took me a while to do. So this is how we do it. Got the separate file here. This is where I got the MC heavy, but it's also where I got the tails. Like basically, I've went through every like tail, fucking image I've ever drawn. I just because usually I just do it in file like this, like I showed you exactly like that. But I copied them all into this one file, so I've got all the different tail poses I do for various different things. That's handy. It's useful. Like for that, remember I spent a little while fucking around with the tails for a couple of images back. I could have just gone here and taken one of these and then just alter it slightly. So that's handy. But that's not the real shit. The wings are also here. We got the back wings, the front wings. Got the texture for the wings. I don't know. I can't remember exactly what I used. What happens if I turn this to normal? Just some fur image. I don't know. Whatever. This is how I do it. We got this cunt all in pieces, pre-ready and pre to go. All the different angles of his head. This took me a fuck load of time to draw. But we got all this we got the blades at different angles. We got the blade facing side, slightly to the camera, completely to the camera, slightly away from the camera. You know, so it's like the sharp bit facing the camera. We got all that shit. We got the boots going down. We got the boots from behind. We got the boots from the back. Well, from the 3/4 of the back. We got 3/4. We got front. We got the fucking chest plate at different fucking angles. We got the chest plate from the back. We got at the like looking down angle. Remember, we spent a bit of time like having that cunt looking, like altering the chest plate, slicing it into 4 so that it would look down. We could have just gone straight here and like used one of these babies. So this is basically what I've been spending a lot of fucking time doing. And I gotta say, for my latest fight scenes, the results have been well worth it. So what I do, so I take this cunt, copy this over here, resaturize this because I don't want to be fucking around with it. We've got his side bitch. We just do it like that. Nice. We can fire it a little bit. Don't need to go overboard. And yeah. Then we got 2 side legs. So why are you saving? So we grab the side leg.
cut that kind of half. Put him about here. Cover up his ass. About like that. Then, oops. Like that. Do the same for the under bitch. Alright. Then we've got his fucking arms. What his arms look like. A side, so probably this one. Let's get the pen out a bit easier. Get the pauldron, the shoulder, a bit off. Bicep. And the forearm. Get rid of that. Something like that. And then the head. Which head do we want? This one will probably do. Slice up the hair a bit. Hair isn't exactly at the right angle. You don't need the 3D model anymore. And you put the hair. Oops. No, that's fine. Whatever. Put it up here. Right at the top. And we erase this part here. Actually, I don't know if I like that. Actually, let's turn it back. I liked it better before. What I'll do instead is I'll copy just this part, put it up here, get rid of that, and then which one is here? This one? Alright. Just the head. Finagle that a bit. Make it smaller or bigger. It don't really matter. Like that. And I think this one or this one will do. And try this one, give it a shot. Get a bit of curve. He's got 2 swords. He's going to swing both because he's a legend. Put on slightly different angles to add variation. Oops. And then hide this, grab some tails. Which one do we want? Probably this one. At the bottom. It depends how creative I want to be with the tails. I don't know if I really give a fuck. Sometimes I want them long. Sometimes I don't. I don't know. Yeah, that looks pretty fucking cool. That's in here. Get rid of this. And there. Yep. Fresh new image. How long did that take me? 10 minutes? Something like that? Look how fucking alright that looks. Pretty fucking alright, if I do say so myself. Let's go for another 2 hours. I don't know about that one, mate. I think we're just about done. Naked Man dancing pose. Final stage of what I do. Lamau Elden Ring waterfowl dance impending. True. Yeah, true. I should do that. I should give the MC a waterfowl dance. Why the fuck not? Bruh, these art assets are like texture packs. It feels like it's almost enough to make a video game with. I don't know, man. Oh my fucking god, you're doing almost exact same process as making a 3D video game character. This is what I actually went to uni for. This is what I would do in uni. I should have done it more often. Like I should have started it earlier because I'm finding I can go much faster like this, and I'm hoping this makes for some cooler fight scenes later on in the game as I go forward. It takes time, like doing this fucking bitch. Some of it I took from like I've drawn previously in past updates, so I just copy and steal those.
But having to do the whole lot from like it takes a bit of time. It does take a bit of time to draw all this shit. So that part is time consuming. But once it's done, this took me like fucking 10 minutes to do. And I think it looks pretty fucking good. I think it looks pretty fucking cool. He's doing a fucking waterfowl dance. He's about to fucking go Melania on this bitch. And yeah, I've got to say, I'm very impressed with myself. I'm quite pleased. I'm quite pleased. You basically reverse engineered 3D texture modeling for 2D art, dude. That's the goal. MC about to throw a fastball. Looks like, yeah, it does kind of. If he had like a fucking baseball there, he could do that as well. 8 poles, 8 dances. True. Great idea, Weirdward. Add a pole to the MC. Tails should all turn themselves into Fem MC and cheer him on in a cheerleader outfit. Maybe. Peak art. I can't wait. This art is peak. MC gonna put Christy out of business. True. Almost 14 minutes. Yeah, okay. 14 minutes. Not bad. Not bad. We're checking out Melania Waterfowl Dance for the memories. True. MC's about to do that shit. Double blade. Well, I hope you at least use that in the next update. I might use both these in the next update, mate. I might use both these poses in the next update. That could be a thing. That could very well be a thing. Because I think they both look pretty good. Where's the other one? Yeah, I think this one looks pretty good. It just does the job. Like, these aren't the right angles. If I use like the stuff in this file to make the blades at the better angle, it'd be better. But, you know, as is, not bad. Not bad. Took a lot of time, though. This one probably took me like 40 minutes. I don't know about 40 minutes. Like half an hour. Probably took me about half an hour to do this shit. Maybe more. I don't know. This one, like in 15 minutes. And that's not including the background. That was just, I can't remember. It felt like a long time because I was silent for fucking ages. But just drawing this without the background or anything, this probably took me like over half an hour. This though, 15 fucking minutes. Not fucking bad. Not fucking bad. Or maybe one of the ones after. Nah, this was just the MC kneeing call in the face pose. How do you even discover these minutes, man? I don't know. I wish I discovered them earlier. I feel like a retard for not doing this earlier. So it just sometimes it comes to me. I just, yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's not like a complicated concept. It's not like super like magic or anything. But yeah, I'm hoping it improves the quality of my fight scenes going forward. Because normally I'd never do like a setup pose. Well, not never. I'd rarely do like a setup pose scene. Normally it'd just be him already slashing, like in, what was it? It'd just be another one of these. I like see there's no setup for this. He's just already slashing. He's already in the finishing pose. But a setup pose like this is something I don't usually do. And now I feel like I'm confident enough to do something like this. So I'm hoping this improves the quality of my fight scenes. That's what I'm hoping for. I believe that when you have a good idea about how to use the tools with this programs, making this kind of shortcuts gets easier. You just need to know what you want to do. Probably true. Reminds me of Prototype 1 and 2's MC Alex Mercer. Well, Prototype was one of the games that inspired this game. Making the assets sure takes effort, but this way it should allow you to make cool stuff faster. So yeah, fuck skeleton. Yeah, true, fuck skeleton. Why would I draw that fucking, what's it called? Fucking, how long did it take me to do this? Again, I forgot. Half an hour? No, 20 minutes? 26 minutes to draw this shit? No, that was without the coloring. Probably add an extra 10 minutes with the coloring. To do this. When instead, 15 minutes to do this? Way fucking better. Yeah, you have to make the assets first. That's fair. You got to draw some shit. That takes time. But in the end, once you got it done, I feel much better about this. I feel good. I feel good. I didn't even have to do all this tail bullshit. I like make the tails look cool. I could have just left the tails as they were pasted. But since I drew this part so fast, or I say drew, put this part together so fast, the rest I had time to flesh out and make look cooler. I'm quite happy with how these tails look. I think they look kind of wavy and cool. And yeah, then the next pose will be him slicing down on the cunt. And yeah. All that to say is, this is the final or the latest form of fight scene drawing I have developed for myself. As I caveat with all my drawing streams, do not copy me unless you want to make yourself a worse artist. Doing this kind of shit probably does make me a worse artist. If I were to draw this cunt from scratch, just normally, I'd probably improve like 5x how much I improved putting this together. So keep in mind, you will fuck yourself as an artist. You will do that. But I'm a fucking video game developer. I'm not an artist. Not by trade anyway, all right? I make games, not fucking pictures. Well, I do make pictures, but you know, it's not, my primary goal is to get a game out and make it fucking cool. And this strategy helps me do that. And so yeah, that's the stream. That's the shit. That's the lot. I'm gonna take my glove off, charge this fucking pen because it's running out of battery already. Piece of shit. Gotta buy a new one. But yeah, so just, you know, do this, get a flu shot, and I'll be peachy. Hopefully get the update out on time, end of July. And yeah. That's it. I think 26 minutes with coloring. It wasn't. It was before the coloring, I'm pretty sure. Actually, no, maybe it was with coloring. I don't know. Damn, still going. Sick. Just made it to the end, mate. Just recovered right to the end. Just as we're about to stop. Next drawing is MC getting laid the fuck out and dying. True. He thinks he's about to do waterfowl dance. No, he's about to get fucking cut in half by a monster just swooping him from the side. He's gonna get fucked up. Maybe that is what's gonna happen. I don't know. Kind of want to see you actually draw him in that pose now, but we all know you won't do that. True. You do know that I'm not going to do that because fuck that. I don't have fucking time. It took me fucking how long? 26 minutes to do this? How long do you think it'd take me to fucking do this? Longer is the answer. Much longer. Yeah. My main drawing is the front pose, the 3/4 pose, the side pose. That's what I'm most familiar with and probably what I'm best at. And that's probably what I'm going to stick to be honest. And then I'm just going to do this weird, like, put together shit. So designing characters, you'll get to see me draw some of that. Assuming I do another drawing stream after how much of a fucking pain in the ass it was to set up this one. Maybe I'm never going to do a drawing stream again. Maybe this is the last one forever. You don't fucking know. But assuming I do one day make a drawing stream again, yeah, you can watch me draw by hand the next character or monster or whatever the fuck I'm doing. So, yeah, that'll be for where the real drawing comes in. When it comes to fight poses, I think I'm just going to stick with this, to be honest. I think I'm, you know, until I figure out a faster way, which may or may not happen, I don't know. But until I figure out a faster way, this is how we're doing it. I just make the assets ahead of time, and then put them together. Joke's on you. I'm not an artist, so this strategy can only help me. I mean, you want to take the strategy for you and, like, you know, kind of do it. I ain't gonna complain. It's I too, as a enjoyer of power fantasy visual novels, would like to play another that's like mine and steal their ideas too. I want to steal some other cunts' ideas. So yeah, if someone wants to make their own, please do. I will play it and hopefully enjoy it, assuming it's good. But yeah, yay to you as well, Hiatus Lizard. Great stream, Wieldwood. This was amazing. I don't know about that, but I think I mostly got my point across of how I do my shit, how I progressed through the early days. I suppose one last time we can go through them of my strategies. Do I still need this? We're done with this. Yeah. So what is this? The old-fashioned skeleton, the way I learned in art school, the professional way, the legit way, the what do you call it? The dignified way, the way of the true artist, drawing a stickman skeleton with the, you know, lines to denote the angle of the face and all that. And that produced this cunt, which is, you know, he's all right. Like, I'm not going to say I'm not going to use this in the game. Maybe I will use this in the game. He's just going to be really small, so you can't see all the, like, fuck shit wrong with it. That's all. So yeah. Strategy 1, this cunt. How we fought Kenny. how he fought the fucking cunts in the diner. This cunt, the good old days. Strategy 2, how we fought Klaus. Drawing over 3D models, colouring them in, and then shipping it off. Not bad. A significant save in time. Tracing is what we call this. Usually tracing has a little bit of a negative connotation, but that's because tracing is like tracing over someone else's art and kind of stealing their ideas. But tracing over a 3D model, I see that as just fine. Some artists I've seen like still kind of look down on that, and that's fine. They're free to do so. I don't give a fuck. You know, it's not going to stop me from doing what I find easier. But strategy 2, tracing over a 3D model. Strategy 3, actually using a 3D model, like just full on, just straight up, just using it wholesale and drawing over it, doing a bit of color and shit. You can use this to make like a normal characters with skin and stuff. You don't have to make him like the MC's armor. I didn't really add the MC's armor. I just kind of added a rock texture. The MC's armor takes a few textures to get right. I think it's like 5 different rock, metal, and wood textures to make the MC's armor. Yeah. Light armor, that is to say. Also a crocodile texture, I think, because it's made of crocodile skin. But yeah, so this is, what do you call it, level 3. This would be against Valravn, for sure. Also, this is also part of Valravn's thing. Same kind of strategy. Just textures on top of 3D models that I've also drawn over and shaded over. So yep, strategy 3. Strategy 4. Oops. Using a model I've already drawn at basically the same angle, just moving the pieces around a little bit, adding some special effects, some smoke, the tails in the back, and a bit of blur to make it look like he's moving really fast. Not bad, serviceable. Kind of gets very generic and stale after a while though. So I try not to overuse it and mix it up. But because I got the side view of this character as well, I've got the 3/4 view, so I can mix it up. I can do like various different. I can make him like upside down. Like this would probably be more unique if I was. Let's make it a little bit more unique. So make it a bit more unique. About there. Yeah, just doing it like that actually makes it pretty good. Not bad. We'll have to. I wonder if I liquefy it, will it turn out fine? Yeah, it's fine. A little bit scuffed, but yeah, yeah. Sometimes I do strategies like this to mix it up a bit. Yeah, even just doing this actually makes it look a lot more unique. I might actually keep this. I might use this in game. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah. So this is what is this? Strategy 4. 1, 2. These are 3. Yeah. So strategy 4. Same angle that I've already drawn. Just spin it around a bit, add a bit of flash, a bit of effects, and a bit of blur, and that's fine. It works out just fine. Strategy 5. This is about the coal, around the coal we started doing this. Slicing up pieces. Right, this one I did around Daryl. I don't know if I said that. This is around Daryl. This is when I started doing this. The Daryl fight, the big Daryl fight. Now this one, slicing up pieces I've already drawn and like putting them together takes a bit of time, but the results look pretty good. This would have been around coal. I did this around coal. And basically all through the monster world as well. And then very recently, something that's been developed, this update, the ones that you haven't seen yet. I started doing this with the pieces set, the last innovation I've yet to develop, and one I'm pretty happy with. So yeah, that's level 6 or strategy 6. Maybe one day I'll get a 7. I don't know. This could be my final form. This could be only halfway. I don't know. This is how we go. Going to use this stream a lot as reference. Thanks for your time, Weird. No worries, man. So excited to see these next updates. Yeah, sure. The original meaning of art is from the Greek word techne. Interesting.
Hydrate. I could use a bit of a hydrate. True. I've been talking a bit. 45 minutes to an hour is my guess for one picture. That's a brutal amount of time. It is a brutal fucking amount of time, and I don't want to do it. I'd rather take 15 minutes to make this bitch. Posture check. Technique is art, not the product. People don't understand that. Could be true. I don't know. You could say this is kind of technique. I don't know. Is a martial artist canvas the poor bloke that got beat up? No, I would say not. I don't know if that's analogous, but no. It was a good stream, indeed. And I only joined in at the drawing part. Well, that's the main part, right? And it's what's advertised on the title. Out of the few streams I've been a part of, this and the Ella review are my favorites. The Ella review, right. Yeah, I think going through my past strategies for Ella as well was quite fun. Weirdwall got to level 4 before the MC, true. It's simply foreshadowing towards the MC's 4th evolution next update, maybe. Are you going to post any of this art on Patreon after the stream? Yeah, maybe. I don't see why not. What will happen first? MC evolving or Jared stealing the harem? I don't know. I feel like Jared's getting pretty close. I don't know if he's talked to many of the girls so far, but when he does, I mean, he's talked to Emily before. He could be going after her next update. I don't know. Be some nice free stuff. Agreed. So Weirdward is Evo 6. Is this a reference point to the fact Weirdward has the extremely potent and developed power of lying? Who knows? Weirdward keeps evolving. Brahman is struggling to figure out how. I'd like to get to 7. I would. I'd like an even faster method than this. Maybe AI is 7, where I can just think about it and it just appears on screen. Sadly, I don't think it's at that stage yet. I can't really make my characters. But, you know, there's always hoping. I'll stick pencil to pencil sketches, but this was very entertaining and informative still. If people want to do the traditional art form, I enjoy it myself. Thanks, Wid. No worries, man. MC right before. Yeah, also, that's a good idea to improve as well, Addy. Doing what I do, you'll fuck yourself as an artist. So, careful. MC right before he gets one tapped by Jared. True. This stream and the one you made Ira have been the streams I've enjoyed the most. Ira, it was good as well because I went over like the various old methods I draw for eyes or nose or mouths, and that was quite fun to like kind of go through that again, like a little bit of a trip down memory lane for me, you know. And yeah, that's good fun. Fuck. Why? So weird. Anyway, that's fine. Morality stream was the absolute goat. Oh, that was a funny one. Yeah, it had a bit of comedy in that one. Morality stream is my number 1 by far, and he gets it. Pretty much everyone who attended it has it as their number 1. Yeah, that was a bit of fun. That was a bit of trolling, a bit of fun. We had a good laugh. I was at that stream and it was fun, but I like it a lot when Widward does this kind of thing. Yeah, just mix it up a bit, you know. Especially since this will be my last stream for a few weeks because I gotta, you know, focus on the update. But yeah, I think this is a good one to end it off on. You know, and people can come back and have a look at it when they want to. I was at that stream and it was fun, but I like it. Well, yeah, I read that. I'm not really an artist. I just like doing photorealistic sketches as a hobby from time to time. That's fair enough. Yeah, if you're just doing it for fun, yeah, fair enough. If the process is the fun part, you should, you know, continue doing that. For me, the end result is always not that I don't enjoy making art, but I think the end result is always what pleases me the most. Helps me relax. That's fair. I could have sworn that most stall at 2,
with a small bit making it to 5. 3. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you mean like a superhumans evolving. Like 90% of superhumans never make it to 2. This motherfucker wants to hit his 7th. That'd be nice. True. Yeah, they do mostly stall at 2. This is true. This is true. Stall at 3. No, most superhumans don't make it to 3. Like some can. Like it's harder to go beyond 3. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if it's harder to go beyond 3 than it is to get to 3. It is hard to go beyond 3, but getting to 3 is probably the most dangerous stage of a superhuman's career. Because 3 is when the chance of you monsterifying gets quite real. So you got to be careful trying to get to 3. Sluttiness tier list was my favorite. Learning is good. Can't wait to see you lose your shit if you ever stream Scarlet Hollow. Def got to be there. I mean, I love Slater Princess. So if Scarlet Hollow is of the same quality, I will have a good time. I will have a good time. 9.62 of the way to my lore drop. Yeah. I'm making progress. Yeah. Thanos said 3 was the second hardest in the last update. Yeah, but that'd be after 5, right? Be 5, then 3. When talking to Jared. Yeah. So, most don't get to 3. Most either stay at 2 or 1. Like 90%. Anyway, this was good. We've been streaming too long. How long have we been streaming for? 5 hours and 40 fucking minutes. This is a long fucking stream. And fair enough, since it's my last for a while. But I'm fucking tired. I'm fucking hungry. I've got to go get some fucking shit to eat. And then probably go back to work. Do exactly what I've been doing on stream, except, en masse. But yeah, thanks for showing up, guys. I don't know when I'll see you next. Probably in about a month from now. And yeah, catch you next time, whenever that may be. Bye-bye.